Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the All World Gaming League. Tonight we got for you a very exciting match. But leading us into that, I'm gonna let my co-host Boxy take it away.
Well, how you doing, everyone? How you doing, Blaze?
I'm doing just fine tonight.
You're doing fine. Okay. Well, the teams we're going to be seeing, the teams we're going to be seeing playing here are Lycus Academy versus Emergence. They're both at the top of their group currently, or in the top three, rather, should I say? So we have, I believe at the moment, Emergence is tied first, and then we have Viper with Vipers, and then we have Lycus Academy third. And while they're both already locked in for playoffs, the seeding heavily depends on today's match. We have already seen this matchup happen on week one, where I believe Emergence took it 7-1 on Villa. Let's see if Lycus can get a few more rounds in, but it looks like Emergence are the favorites here. What do you think, though?
It's honestly really interesting because Lycus has been kind of hot and cold when it comes to their performance. They've been able to play these really close matches or just one-sided stomps, and they've been on both sides of that coin, whether or
Yeah.
not they're winning or losing. So, whereas Vipers has just looked consistently good throughout just the entirety of their play, so I honestly think Vipers can most likely hedge it out against Lycus, but I wouldn't count Lycus out of the running.
Okay. Well, you've casted most of the season, if I'm not mistaken, so you definitely know the teams better than I do. I'll trust your expert opinion, but also from what I've seen before, I think Emergence are really a safe bet to make tonight. So if you value your channel points, you know who to bet on. Regardless, though, do we know the map already? I would check, though.
Yes, we
We
do already
do?
have our
Okay.
map end underway.
Okay, let's check him out then.
So we got Theme Park and Cafe Bank being taken off, followed by Clubhouse, Villa, Skyscraper, Border, and Chalet. And Emergence is actually going to be taking us on to Oregon, Lycus starting on defense. Now, Oregon, good thing to note, one of the more played maps in the competitive map pool. So a lot of the teams are going to be a lot more comfortable on this. So this could give Lycus that little edge up that they need to play a more competitive series and try to
Mm-hmm.
get themselves some points tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I find it just a smidge bit funny that their first matchup was on Villa and now we're in Oregon. It just feels like we're just playing all of the stereotypical, T3, T4 NA maps, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but also you see very little variation and innovation on those. It's just kind of, same old every now and then. But what both of the teams have in store for us. So we should probably just get right in, unless you have anything else you want to touch upon before we start.
Nope, I think we are just about ready to get into this match. So bands are fixing to come underway here. So starting off here on Oregon, we're going to be having, well, eventually.
Eventually, I would help you out here, but my mouse just ran out of battery, so I need to actually plug it in. Oh, there we go. We're in game. Okay, I can plug in my mouse without it being visible on camera now. Regardless, though, first ban is going to be Flores coming out from Lycus. Emergence will now enter with one of their own, and we can probably assume it is going to be a Thatcher ban, although maybe not. What do you think we're going to be seeing on defense?
Defense bans are pretty streamlined. You're going to be seeing Kide off the board just because of his potency, and then you're either going to be seeing your Valkyrie or your Mira taken off, and Emergence being the first ones to ban, taking off that Kide as they are attacking. Now we have Lycus getting their choice of either the Mira or the Valkyrie here, and Mira. So good thing to note here is Valkyrie is going to be on the board, so her immense amount of intel gathering is still going to be available to Lycus Academy on this starting defensive half, so that could still be very potent.
Yep. I mean, absolutely agreed. Okay, I'm curious to see what we're getting from both of the teams coming in round one. And we're back on camps for a second because it's just how life is. But yeah, how you been, man? It's been a while.
It has been pretty all right for me. Been
Oh,
a real busy week for me, but it has been going pretty smooth.
that's cool. That's cool. Busy's good. Busy's good. Okay. regardless, let's talk about the matchup. We're going to be seeing Oregon. We have all the standard bends. The one that may not be super standard is the Flores one, but it's definitely not unheard of. He just has so much burn. He can clear out so much utility. We've even seen some teams be a little bit more innovative with his drones, and they just kind of use them to drone their entries in instead because the drones are very expendable. They have a timer once you set them down. And so droning in your entries knowing that they're going to get shot, also not the worst use of the Vertero drones. Round one, though, we're going to be going into library. Pretty standard lineups on both sides. My Jaeger, Rooney, Smoke, and I believe the last one was the Goyo. Yep. On the other side, we have the Habana, the Blitz, the Ying, the Finka, and the Lion. And Blitz is really the only one that stands out, right?
Super popular pick here, but it is a basement defense to start off, so that blitz could have been a read into what the defenders were wanting to do and potentially try to get a early easy point on the round here. Now, something to note here is that Galvin actually, instead of playing far back and elbow with that shield, is opting to put it right next to that double door. So this is going to be a very aggressive defensive strategy coming out here for Lycus.
Yeah, that's very true. I don't want to see how aggressive he gets and how long he stays aggressive for. I don't want to see if he just fires off a few shots and then falls back later on, or if he actually stays contesting that for longer.
Right here, we're going to be seeing, it's going to be a main stairs rush here. Already Gonzig's going out, deployed. Now we have Matt Bonger going in through the Laundrota here. We got our Perseus going through and also covering the plant, and Pika Blue covering the main stairs flank. Does get Panda trying to go for the flank. Now Cordell chiming in with 2. No, and it's going to be another player injured for the attack, but they're going to be picked back up by the Finkbus. Galvin getting one. Now Olead getting one onto Cordell. 3 versus 2 situation here now, but the player in freezer, Olead, is being contested by Peekaboo, but now you're going to be seeing them going down, and it is a 1 versus 3, and unfortunately for Galvin, he pushed a little bit too close to that blitz, and sadly, it's done. All you're going to see is a blinding white death.
I mean, what a round. We really blitzed through it, didn't we? But on the more serious side, I feel like Emergence, they're just winning the mental game. Straight out the gate, round 1, they've won the mental entire game, right? So what they did was, they've already beat Lycus Academy, like we said, played A1 on Villa, and now round 1, they just pull out this cheeky rush that worked so well. And I just feel like if I was Lycus Academy going into this matchup, my mantle would be shattered. Straight going into round 2. I do hope they can recoup, rejuvenate, but I also wouldn't count on it 100%.
Yeah, and after that, we're going to be seeing Lycus, instead of going for the basement hold for the second time, rotating back up to the top floor. And look at these attacker repicks currently for Emergence. We're going to be seeing an Amaru, a Ying, and a Blitz with a Dokebi now. They're leaning heavily into this rush strategy right now. They just do not respect Lycus in the slightest.
Yeah, to be completely honest, I have heard of a lot of these attacker repicks just being visual bugs, so until I see the operators, which we now do see, I kind of tend to just ignore them. I wait for the operators to spawn in and then see who's actually bit, because we have seen a lot of the bugs with the repick UI. But yeah, no, you were right. They're not respecting Lycus at all. We have a Ying, we have a Dokebi, a Blitz, a Lion, and a Maru. That's a full-on rush setup, and they are taking it considerably slower than have last time. 40 seconds already gone by, and entered the building as of yet. But Galvin on Castle, he's lost most of his HP, and he's going to be forced to really pick his fights and his battles over the course of this round with the UMP, which won't do him any favors.
And that is a very good point to make. He's using one of the more difficult guns to get utility and usage out of, and being brought down to that low HP threshold is not going to be looking good for them. But here we're going to be seeing the rush already starting to come through, but Orlid gonna be starting off with getting a pick on the Lion, the Peekaboo,
no.
and Maru coming up through the Kid's Hatch, however. Gonna be getting a cheeky play, but it's gonna be Sonafin getting the first pick for his team. Now, let's just slow down considerably. They're just trying to see what Perseus can do, and he does find Galvin, so that's gonna be another one up for his team, and Perseus, now Balger actually turns in with another. Perseus getting a third on the round. Now we have Panday. After getting a frag left in a 1 versus 3, C4 blown does do a little bit of damage here, but not going to get enough of what he needs. Now, Camera sacked, his position is known, and we're going to be seeing a tactical timeout being called for Lycus here on Oregon.
I mean, honestly, not surprised. You lose to rushes like these in rounds 1 and 2. You know, I get why it's being called out, and I am glad that they're using their timeout. Because teams usually neglect or value their timeout too much, and they end up not using it, and the fear of them needing it more later on. So the early timeout, I'm a fan of. You know what else I'm a fan of? I'll assume it was planned. It could have just been lucky timing, but I'll assume it was planned. Emergence, when they got the first pick, yes, it did get refragged, but they were still set up for the rush. They had everyone where they needed to be. They had Doc could be on the big window, Ying outside the kids' window, and then Ama was below the hatch to rappel up. And before Ama rappelled up, she waited for those Candelas to start going off because they make so much noise that they pretty much masked Amaru going up the hatch with her gadget. So I'll assume that was planned, okay? And I do like the fact that Emergence thought of that.
Very well executed plan, and off of some crucial key pieces of utility having been used. Very good catch by you. And importantly enough to note, we still are seeing this 3 operator core that Blitz, Ying, and Lion being stuck from Emergence. So currently, excuse me there, currently they're still wanting to try and lean into this more aggressive rush style of comp instead of wanting to go for more traditional siege.
Yep. Well, I'm very curious to see what Emergence do now. Round 1, they just, as soon as they spawned main gates, they just sprinted down Laundry, down the main stairs. They funneled in as fast as they could. Round 2, they still rushed later on, but they set up, they took their time. They didn't hit as fast as Lycus would have expected with their lineups or the selected lineups. And I do want to see what they do now. Do they go in fast again? Do they take even more time to prep and, kind of let fear muster in Lycus's head? I'm not sure what they'll do, but I'm very curious to see.
Currently, though, we do actually have Panday currently playing the Warden, trying to at least get a semi-counter to what Emergence is doing to them right now. But right now, we're going to be seeing a slower push coming out from them. No one has currently entered the building just yet, but Matt Bonger looking to make a liar out of me. But no, currently just waiting for a drone so he doesn't get caught by a random flanker. And we have Peekaboo yet again holding off that main stairs cutoff here, as it looks as though instead of a main stairs side push, this is going to be a freezer push.
Yep, indeed. Blitz already pushing in, taking a lot of control. Sonafin also droning up, spots the Aruni and ends up backing out, but the beeper is going to give her a little bit of a heads up that she's getting pushed. Blitz at front on the charge on the front lines. Percy is pushing with the LMG. Peekaboo finds one, Matt Bonger with a second one. Peekaboo now finally down, but so is Panday, and it's not looking good for the defense. They're just getting eradicated one by one. Matt Bonger with a second one, Galvin with one, but he falls eventually as well. It's a 1v4. Jaeger must clutch it out, doesn't even find the first one as he's deleted back of the attack, and it's just not going well for Lycus. Okay, we've been saying they need to do better than they did in their matchup against Emergence in Playday 1. If we keep going down this path, they could do worse. It could be a 7-0 potentially.
This is looking absolutely tragic indeed. Right now, Lycus Academy is just floundering for an answer to these highly coordinated, well-executed pushes. And they just cannot seem to get a grip on themselves. They are losing all pressure. Whenever these attackers get
Well, that's definitely not gonna help. Okay.
yeah,
That's what you get for picking Tachenka. Galvin's been punished?
Tachanka skin.
Ah, the skin? Okay, goddammit. Okay. Well, it is what it
He
is.
had the Rainbow's magic skin equipped.
Oh. It's definitely something. Anyways.
That is unfortunate there, but it is competitive. You got to make sure that you are wearing a compliant. You have a compliant accessories equipped, and that is unfortunately what occasionally happens. But moving forward, we are now in a 5 versus 4 situation. Galvin having been beamed off spawn, and we see the same rush comp being picked yet again for this basement site. So we're just going to be seeing which area they're going to be choosing to push through this time, and it's looking as though they're wanting to take the tower stairs.
Well, not just they wanted, they're already doing it. Matt Bonger just sprinting down with the Blitz. The Banshee is going to be a little bit of a nuisance for him, but I don't think he's bothered too much by it. He's paid more attention to that Melusi Banshee than he has to the person actually playing Pillar, and he's still alive. And it takes a little bit of damage there, but Perseus also takes just a small chunk of HP of damage. So there, Cordell checks elbow just to make sure no one's there, that it's reinforced. They don't need to focus on it. The hatches will be opened up as well from meeting, meaning that now the attackers will have to worry about the vertical pressure as well. And look at that, the Ying pushing out from the freezer as well. That's 2 for defenders though. And somehow, someway, Lycus actually have the advantage. That's 4 for them. It's all up in the corner. The clutch just went up. He gets 1, but can he make it 2 more? Pandaloy, but Oloy still at 100. Not looking well for Coldale. He's also zeroed out by those castles. And yet, he has a lot of time. He's just shooting the wall open. Will he vault through it?
Now, currently, he's going to have to contest with the player who has rotated up onto his meeting hatch as well as the player inside a freezer if he wants to try and make this happen. And unaware of the person who had rotated in the meeting, Oloid going to be getting the pick onto Galvin now, putting Lycus Empire on the board for the first time this map.
I as soon as he jumped or vaulted through the wall, I was like, wait, they opened the hatch and he didn't check for anything, for anyone there. That's very risky. And he got shot from it like a few seconds later, so I couldn't even get it out. But yeah, Lycus, they finally get around. They finally were ready for Emergence sudden explosive pushes. So props to them for adapting on the fly, but at the moment, they're still far behind Emergence. Just, kind of looking at how they've done round through round, across all 4 rounds so far. Back on kids, though, maybe they can repent themselves some more. And if they win this round, they're only 1 round off of Emergence, which means they could still get back on equal footing in this first half.
And important to note, the Melusi has been stuck, and we're actually seeing a very uncommon pick, Legion being brought on the board. That's going to bring a little bit of extra intel and that nice audio cue as well whenever these attackers start pushing through, and it's going to slow them down just that little extra bit is on top of those sets of barbed wire and Melusi Banshees that are being brought.
I mean, you can just look at the defensive composition and you can just tell if they're just working towards stopping or at least slowing down those rushes. And, well, that's the entry pick going to Lycus, which means Son of In. He's not even going to make it to the building, and that's going to be huge. But there we go. Galvin gets overly aggressive, overconfident, gets shut down by the Lion, I believe it was.
Yes, Peekaboo.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure for a second there. Regardless, though, we're back on even footing once again. 4v4, but this time Lycus got the dominant entry pick, and that was great. They show that they can still think proactively rather than reactively. I'm a fan of that, but can they keep up with Emergence's pace is the real question.
And keeping up with Emergence's pace is what they need to do here, as Matt Bonger is going for the aggressive peek. Doesn't quite land it onto Niv, or Niv. He does make him have to play back a lot more passively. Now, Perseus wanting to go for an aggressive play here inside of Attic, potentially trying to catch Niv out and unawares. Cordell as well, tossing Ying Candelas up from the meeting hatch. Now Perseus with the case, hopping into Attic. Gonna be full flash there for just a little bit. Knife. Position is known, and he does get the case and Perseus on the ground. That's going to be a lot more difficult of a situation, especially since Zella just got Peekaboo here. Now, Emergence not looking too hot in this situation.
I mean, it's definitely still winnable. One Candela, two smokes left in pockets, but Metabonger falls as well. That's a triple for Zella on the round. It has to be a 1v4 for Cordell. He did manage to clutch the previous one, but maybe he can do it this time around. Zella and Pende also takes a little bit of damage now. No smoke canisters in pocket either to slow down the push. But they just need to play Crossfire. They just need to play refrags at this point. 45 seconds left. When you're a Cordell, you just need to push. You have the LMG, you have a Candela, you have smokes, you have so much utility at your disposal, but you don't have much time to use it. And walking down below and someone through the floor is not what you should be doing right now. He's going to be pushing up main stairs. He has the barricades, which I think makes him assume that he can just push up. No one's hiding in Master anymore. I don't think he's actually going to check it. He's just going to push in towards the bomb, try and get as many picks as he can. But no, he's looking at the flank.
And with just 15 seconds left here, it's going to be a near impossible push here coming out from Cordell. Does prep the Candela, though, to go for this attempted play, but unfortunately he had two players looking at him from the game's position and just not able to hit on both. So now we're going to be seeing Lycus taking their second round here on the half.
Well, they've woken up.
Maybe. They potentially could have woken up, or it could have been Emergence just getting a little bit too comfortable in their situation here and trying to go a little bit too ham with their aggressive pushes here. And I think Emergence agrees with what I was saying here, as we're going to be seeing a more standard lineup here coming out. For the most part, we're going to be seeing a Thermite, Sledge, and a Twitch on top of a Maverick here.
Well, someone just said, guys, we need to stop trolling this. I want to go eat. And now they're actually going to be bringing operators that you usually see. I do want to see what exactly we're going to be seeing off of that Twitch pick. I mean, I guess Thatcher is banned, but then again, so is the Cade. So I would have preferred a Maverick. Probably easier to get rid of, you know, the wall denial. But the Leech Zone, the F2 is a beast, so I guess that makes sense as well. Other than that, a very standard lineup, like you said. We're seeing the Blitz again off of the Sledge, which, again, I'm not the biggest fan of. I've seen Matt Bonger shoot very well, and, well, you can't really do that on a Blitz.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sold here with the Blitz being picked for this final round yet again, but it's worked for them. It worked for them for 3 straight rounds, and the only 2 rounds that they appeared to lose seemed to be to their own hubris. But moving here, we're going to be seeing a T3 take, and oh, who is that in the T3? I cannot tell right now. It is actually Pandey onto Wamai, so he's going to be really stuck in here like a tick almost. With those magnets, going to make it extremely hard to nade him out.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of putting your Wamai up there. Speaking of nades, by the way, well,
mind.
There's that. Yep. I'm
That's
not the
cursed.
biggest fan of the Wamai being up there because he gets his utility over time and he's more valuable on side or somewhere close to the side where he can fall off and place his utility later on. Just put someone that's already put all of his utility down. Put the Jaeger up there. Put the Rooney up there. Something. I don't know. But regardless, the Wamai is gone, meaning that the final remaining grenade on the side of Emergence can now be used. Well, without any Wamais, at least Galvin, though, finds the equalizer. Matt Bonger falls without Blitz contributing anything, really. Perseus, with the grenade, is going to try and clear the corner, but it gets caught by the ADS. It's now been shot. No more grenades in pocket anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Perseus takes a lot of damage on that swing and doesn't dish out any in return. He's going to fall back. Flitron is going to go in for some more intel and to try and get rid of the ADS. Do that. But at least the attic hole has been breached.
And that is going to be a really potent point of contention for this attack here from
Okay.
Emergence, but unfortunately for Emergence, Perseus does end up falling there to Galvin, who has gotten his
Okay.
second kill in the round. Now Niv chiming in with another. Cordell just trying not to die to these swings coming through here. Now step into the barbed wire, giving their position away. Peekaboo not able to land their shots, but Cordell does finally finish off Knife, who was playing on a meeting stage. Going through and swinging around, is aware of the player who was inside a split, but isn't quite sure where he went. But Galvin with their third on the round, getting Peekaboo, putting Cordell in this really, really sticky situation here inside a split. Is aware of Zella
Oh no. Oh
somewhere,
no.
but unfortunately, not knowing exactly where they were positioned, and it was a three-player cross coming out there. One on the meeting to attic hatch, and one from the meeting breach itself. Unfortunately, that was just a little bit too much for Cordell to handle. But now we have a more competitive game here. It's an even half.
Yeah, well, I really, really love the patience we've seen coming out from Zala earlier on. Like, I don't feel like many people would stay that passive in that corner in a 1v3. They would have just swung on for the kill. And even if they died, you know, they would have had their two remaining teammates to kind of play together and clean it up. But Zala, they were really, really passive and ended up paying dividends in the long run. So props to them on that. But now Lycus and Emergence, they've switched sides. Lycus has to attack, Emergence gets to defend. And I do want to see if Lycus can still keep up with Emergence and how Emergence even elect to play this, because they've been so overly aggressive on their attacks. I want to see if they can kind of tone that down on defense, or if it's just going to be spump and ego swings all game long.
Right now, I think Emergence has kind of really learned their lesson with what they were trying to do on their attacks. And you'll note that Matt Bonger kept going to the blitz every single round. He did not respect Lycus in the slightest during that half. And unfortunately for him, that lack of respect led to him being the opening pick on that final round, where his team really could have ended up winning that half 4-2. But that is the ifs and buts. But right now we're in the here and now, and we're going to be seeing a Jokevi call coming out. Panday trying to take some shots here onto Cordell, but they're going to be falling back here to the basement stairs. No, going for a run out.
That's what you thought.
But Panday, knowing what was going on, heard the door break and was expecting it. That 1 second run out timer not doing Cordell any favors here. And now we're going to see Emergence down the first player.
Well, I mean, there's the over-aggression that I was talking about, right? There was no need for Cordell to do that, and he still went for the run-out. Very confidently ended up getting punished for it. Currently the top fragger for Emergence, and losing him right off the bat definitely wasn't a thing you want to have happen if you're Emergence. Perseus is going to even it out. Oloid's going to fall, and that is no more Zofia stuns or breaches. Knife on the Jackal with the Inox will track down Goyo, and now Perseus has to either go for another fight or play it passively and let it come to him. But he actually falls down the hedge, still gets the kill though! Knife has to follow up on it. If Perseus gets away, it was all for naught, and that's exactly what is gonna happen. Zella in meeting with the LMG, not doing much at the moment in the Jaeger, just creeping down some back stairs, trying to get a pick patiently, while Perseus now safely back on side, holding possible pixel pushes.
That was such a good play from Perseus there. He goes in, he kills the Hibana, who was opening up the security hatch, and instead of shooting the pellets off, he lets the hatch open, knowing that he was being jackal tracked after that, so that he had a route of escape there. Such a good play coming out from him, and nice triple kill from him in this round, as Son of Finn also chimes in with one, putting Zella in a 1 versus 4. And Son of Finn with a double kill on the round now, putting his team up 4-2 on their first defending side.
Well, I'm glad I was wrong. Okay, I'm glad Cordell was the only person on defense that was really overly aggressive. Everyone else, especially Perseus, were they were more calculated. They were, kind of more thought out. Their moves were thought out more than they were in attack, where it was just, simple sprint shoot. So I'm glad it was only Cordell getting overly aggressive and punished for it, and that everyone else kind of chilled with it. I am sad to see that Perseus is off the vector of Goyo, because it's a beast gun and he's just been getting all of those kills. But he's on Thorn now, so I guess that works as well.
Thorn is an interesting operator. I thought it's been kind of hit or miss, in my opinion, but it has been. Thorn has been seeing some pretty solid use inside of competitive. SSG famously brought it out for their basement hold on this same exact map. Now, granted, SSG also ban Maverick on this map instead of having Flores be banned, but their holds with built around having a Thorn in their roster are very interesting in my opinion. And I'm interested to see how Perseus is able to bring the Thorn into their roster or adapt SSG's style in. But Matt Bonger has actually gotten a pick on the Galvin to start us off here.
Well, NS in chat, and NS it was. The first part of contention to be Perseus, who was already swinging towards the balcony, but the smoke is there to help him out should he need any help. The Fink is going to be falling off. Not worth taking that fight early on. The Gon 6 on the window, and now the nades will be coming in. Will they get anyone, or is it ADS? Nope. But at least the wall now, I don't think has anything on it. The smoke canister will do a little bit of damage, but the run out is there. There we go. That's a double for him. 2v5 now is Knive and Zell have their job cut out for them, but they also get taken off on a huge flank from Matt Bonger. Close out another round. No one was looking. No one was flank. Why? Why was no one holding that?
Unfortunately, sometimes you get a little bit too caught up in getting your pawns into position, getting the pieces in the right place, that unfortunately you do get caught in transition sometimes, and it appears that's what happened with Lycus Academy there.
I mean, sorry to cut you off. But even if you were in a transition there, you had 3 dead teammates. Are you telling me they didn't have a drone between them that they could place on the flank? You still have some dead teammate hold the flank and give an advanced warning to whoever was actually looking there? Why is that not a thing? Why was that not a thing?
All good questions, and unfortunately, we're not Lycus Academy here, so we're not going to really be able to answer that in this current moment. But right now, we are moving on and going to be seeing them just completely go through their full site rotation and going to their final site of the split of this being the meeting and kitchen. And a pretty interesting setup here from Senafan. Going to be, instead of trying to deny that wall, they're going to be abusing it, trying to get some long, deep lines of sights onto these attackers, trying to stage an attack inside of that big tower here. Cordell as well, holding up top from kids and inside of attic, with a rotate as well made there, so it's completely going to a hold to deny tower pushes.
Yeah, and well,
oh,
before I could even get anything out, there we go. Pende with the entry, Pick-a-Blue taken off, Matt Bonger answers one of his own, so it's a 4v4 once again. The one really consistent thing throughout most of this match has just been that when the team gets an entry, there's a kill for the other side coming in shortly thereafter. So they've always kind of been in this 4v4 early on, and then it becomes, anyone's game. It becomes more a game of a chess than anything else. Perseus, though, takes a lot of damage on side to heal him up. So he's going to be playing with that low HP for the remainder of the round, and he needs to be super careful because one bullet is bedtime for him, and, well, he obviously doesn't want that. I do want to see, though, how well is the Zero going to be utilized? We can already tell Zella is actually watching one of the SAM cams, so there's that, but that's probably the only one that's ever going to get deployed because Legion, taken out by Cordell, again, Emergence, they are emerging victorious here as they have the man advantage early on. Just past the halfway mark, and Lycus need to put in so much work.
I'm not a fan of knives down there. Specifically on the Zero, you only had one of your Argus cameras deployed there, so they're not going to get any real utility there. But unfortunately, for the side of Emergence, we saw Sonafin getting a little bit too aggro over by that side door on Big Tower. So we saw Oiler getting the pick on them, but Matt Bonger chiming in, taking out Galvin. Now that's your hard breach gone, and you're only left with two of your fragging operators, your Yana and your Finka. Now Panda and Oloid are in a very rough time as they're going to be trying to push in through the Z hallway there, chucking a nade over that wall into meeting, trying to get some players scared, and unfortunately Ole gets caught out trying to enter security, and Matt Bonger with a second nice shot hits Panda, and now putting us on to match in map point here. Matt Bonger sitting at an incredible 11-3, and his teammate Perseus not far behind at 10-3.
Yeah, I mean, the Emergence are just being the better team at the moment. It's played in simple, Lycus they had their moment in the sun. They were 3 rounds down, and they have somehow, some way made up for it. They have actually finished the first half on par with Emergence, and to even have a chance at winning this whole map and series, they need to do just that again. They're 3 rounds down, and they need to roll it all through without dropping one to even have a fighting chance going into overtime.
The way that Lycus is performing right now, I do not see that as a current possibility. They just seem to be getting blindsided here at every possible opportunity. Emergence has even given up the opening pick on 2 of these rounds, and Lycus is still not able to net themselves a victory out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know what's going on here for Lycus. It just feels like it's those small mistakes that end up, not checking this corner, not having dedicated flank watch, not having the drone up, not thoroughly checking a room. It just feels like it's that they seem to have a general idea of what they should be doing, but the order they do it in sometimes is what I question. 2 rounds ago, for example, it was only a 2v5 when we've seen the Mavericks start opening the attic wall. 3 people had to die before that even started happening, and that to me screams that they know what they need to do, but their priorities aren't in line. I'll stop speaking though as Nye dies to Perseus, so at least the Finka is off the round. But again, a refrag, an equalizer. Panda will take out Ton of Fin, so no more smoke babes either, at least for the duration of round number 10.
And now here we have Perseus being finally refragged by Olid, having been stuck in that corner of Small Tower, but unfortunately Matt Bonger not able, no, Cordell, my bad, both have the MP5K, and he was on about the previous round, not hitting his shots on Olid there, but Zella just pushing in through basement here, aware that there's only one. No one on site, actually.
We're just showing.
They have free sight, but Peekaboo gets a nice pick on the Zella. But unfortunately, Galvin is getting the case down. Panda now in a good position with Olid. Now we're in a 3 make that. Oh. Cluster of kills going out here. Matt Bonger getting one. Panda getting the refrag. And now, as well, 2 versus 2. 2 defenders on low HP. Peekaboo running the Iron Sights of all things. Cordell. Gets shot out in the pre-fire for him. And now Peekaboo going through for the wraparound. Does hit the shot onto Panda, but Galvin from the long hallway gets the refrag onto him in E-Box. And what was that aggression from Emergence again? I think they're starting to let this slip away from them like they did in the first half, because that's exactly what they did that started Lycus's snowball getting an even score.
I mean, post round 3, I said this is shaping up to be a 7-0 at this point, and then they won 3 in a row. Last round, you said I don't think Lycus can do this. They just aren't looking well, and well, they started winning again. So it may be Caster's curse all over again. The problem last round was that Emergence in the 3v3, they had no people on site. How do you let that happen, and how do you not at least reinforce off the elbow wall if you're not gonna have anyone play there? That's the biggest. That's a gigantic misplay. Okay, I can't English right now, and it's mostly because I'm surprised at what Emergence just did and what they let Lycus get away with. So, I don't know, I'm getting a tiny bit frustrated now, man.
It is extremely frustrating here. Not only have they been letting Emergence just go for these aggressive plays, but Emergence going for these aggressive plays has also been their own downfall.
Well, I don't know. All I know is that Lycus, they got themselves a second chance. They kept themselves above the water for the time being, but they still have 2 whole rounds to go before they can even say, you know, we can lose a round again. We forced overtime. We can afford to drop 1. They need to be flawless in the other 2 rounds, and again, I don't think they can do that. I could be proven wrong in the end, but I will stick with my Emergence being.
And Zella getting the first pick of the round onto Matt Bonger, of all people, the top performer currently for Emergence, with Perseus not too far behind them, but that is still going to be a C4 and a good gun off the board. But as I said their name, Perseus chiming in with one on the Zella, a little bit of a late refrag coming out, but a refrag nonetheless. Now we're going to be seeing Galvin going for an aggressive play here on the shower holes, eventually getting caught out here by one of these 2 defenders over by the shower and shower hallway. And yes, Peekaboo having wrapped around without a single person knowing. Now Oilade getting the refrag onto them and getting Cordell. Oh my god, that's your teammate, Oilade! And they now falling, and it's an even matchup again, but Nag chiming in, getting an even 1-for-1, and now Sonofin getting them. It's now left to Oilade, the betrayer of teams, in a 1 versus 1 here. Grenade eventually going out here, but is being spotted out by the shower camera. He's going to have to shoot that before going for anything here. Smoke grenade does go right on their position, doesn't do any damage, but nade is coming out, but it's not going to fly through. It just went to the right of Sonofin here.
Well,
but they have repositioned to watch this peek and swing.
Yet, more than anything, the grenade gave away Finka's position fully, and now still a smoke canister in pocket of Sun and Finn. 45 seconds left. They can play this patiently. That's exactly what they do. Swing out, detonate the canister, and they will do a little bit of damage to Finka, who now has to rotate all the way around while being very on her surroundings of the vertical holes of any other cameras and anything else that could give away her position. Son of Finn, he will jump to the breach in the wall, spot out the Finka, and finish her off for the win. 1v1-1 in Emergence. They secure first place on the standings in their group on the final play day.
That was a little bit more rough than I would have liked from Emergence there. It seemed like they were getting just too aggressive there, but they still were able to end up closing out the match and getting the map they needed here. Now propelling themselves up to a very hefty 7-2 win-loss for their season.
Yep. Well, I mean, both teams, as far as I know, okay, froze for a moment, I think we're good. Both teams, as far as I know, right, they've already been confirmed in playoffs. It's just a matter of seeding. And if I'm not mistaken, in Emergence, they were sitting kind of high up there. It was really an important match for Lycus because they're very likely to be in the lower part of the playoffs bracket now, and that's not where you want to find yourselves. But alas, they didn't win the match. It was closer. Okay, it was a 7-3. Their first encounter in this league a few weeks back. I think it was 5 weeks back, if I'm not mistaken.
7-4.
Like oh, okay. 4. It was a 7-1. So they have progressed. Like hasn't been nearly enough. Excuse me, my camera just keeps doing things. It's just, it is what it is, you know. Yeah. Regardless, though, our predictions were correct. Anything else
Yeah,
to finish this off? Really, I think it's pretty straightforward.
it is a fairly straightforward match. Unfortunately, Lycus just was not able to adapt to Emergence and their aggression overall for the entirety of the match. They started to show signs of life there on their final defending rounds, being able to get a tie score going into their attacking side. But as soon as their attacking side started, they just got blindsided and completely faltered and crumpled to the aggressiveness that Emergence was bringing out and the very well coordinated flanks coming out from their roamers.
Yeah, I mean, again, one thing that really had me worried with Emergence switching over on their defensive half later on, it was that they would get overly aggressive, and then their first death was Cordell with that run out on the Warden, so uncalled for and so unnecessary. And I was like, okay, Lycus can actually win this. Emergence is doomed. But it was kind of just Cordell being overly aggressive in that round. Everyone else was really calculated, really thought out. So I guess my voice were for not. But I think this is it for us at least for now. And well, we should probably wrap this one up.
Alrighty, no problem at all. Again, my name's been Blaze. This has been Boxy. We will have some more games for you later tonight, I do believe.
I think so. I think I saw there's at least one more, if not two, at the 6 and 7 Eastern. I'm not sure. We should probably check in on that. Yeah? Okay.
Yep.
Production has given us a yeah. So you should come back at 6 and 7 Eastern for 2 more best of 2s. But for now, this was it. Definitely make sure to check us out on Twitter at TheBlaze482 and at This Is Boxy. And again, thank you for tuning in. Have a good one, y'all.
Shut up and sit down.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in. This is All World Gaming. I am Wealku, joined by Tofu Danny. You might recognize the man, the myth, the legend. How you doing, Danny?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. So today we are in our final day in this season. So last play day. And we have some matchups coming at you. The first one of which is this best of one between Lycus and wow, I'm just blanked out. It's mid.
It's mid.
Right. Yeah, sorry. Just it's a weird name. I'm not really familiar with this one. It's mid.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The name is mid.
Well, we should be able to pull up the map bands and see, where we are going to be going. As you can see, just run of
park.
bands until the end, and well, we're on theme park. So this is a map that's been re-added to the pool. It was taken out a while back, and now it's re-added. Any thoughts on theme park?
I actually really like seeing theme park, considering we haven't seen it for a while. Back in new map, and people are going to be making new strats for it again, so it should be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, exactly. New ops have come out since, so strats definitely are game to change. So I think we can jump in though, all the players in the lobby, so we should be able to just jump straight in and see how this one plays out. A notorious map for being defender sided, but with the attacker repick, do you think that changes perhaps the percentages that we might see?
It's definitely a possibility, but I guess there's only one way to find out.
Yeah, it's true. We'll see. The proof is in the pudding, as they say. So that's the only way we'll actually know, to see it in action. Before this, teams have matched up, and it's mid 1-7-2. So it was a pretty dominant win. It was on Cafe. So another more defender sided map, technically speaking, not, dominate like this used to be back in Pro League when it was in. So I expect the defending side still to have advantage, but, hopefully we'll see here exactly what the operator bands are to help us determine, what is it going to look like when it plays out.
We're getting right into it.
Yeah, what do you expect for bands here for operators?
Probably thinking the Thatcher here, start us off. Seen it the usual.
And the usual. On top of that, then, we are on a map with some decent hallways and lines of sight. So I expect to see maybe a Flores band, because his drones could come in and take care of some of the shields that might be in play. Maybe some
Maybe
other
Hibana.
bands like Jackal, Hibana, Hard Breach, obviously always an okay pick if you're going to ban something out. And well, Maverick is their go-to, though. I really think this will be more defender-sided than with that in mind. Both the primary ways of getting walls open are taken out. Be a little more creative now. On the defense, though, what do you expect to see here?
Probably going to see a Kate ban. Thatcher and Maverick both off.
There it is.
Probably a mirror to finish it off. Pretty
Mira
basic.
Valk. Yeah, something along those lines. Be surprised to see something else out of the ordinary or out of the norm here. And with that in mind, then it still is going to give an advantage to these defenders with those walls being hard to open up. And as you see, one of the two was going to give information one way, either the mirrors or the cams. In this case, the mirrors are going to be available for play. So I would be surprised not to see that brought.
Used. Definitely something that they're going to bring.
Looking at the rosters, we haven't talked about that too much. I'm sure you recognize some names. Any names that really stand out to you, though?
Yeah, definitely Trevmac, Skunky, Chosen, all of them from Revenge Nation. Also Dolly going around through different teams along the board. And then also on the other side, Big Guy, who played with Trevmac and the others on Revenge Nation. So now they're going up against each other. So
A
should be
little
interesting.
history.
Former
Indeed.
teammates.
Former teammates. I recognize some names too. Scoob and PKers, or Peekers, I guess is how you're supposed to say the name.
Yeah,
Yeah,
back in
I
the day
always
on
say it
Dallas
wrong.
Vendetta, PKers.
Exactly. Yep.
Big throwback.
Dallas Vendetta days. We're also in this league, not having the greatest season though, unfortunately for them. See, the first bomb site though is going to be that kids' dorms area, so that's an interesting choice. They're going to see the extended holdover and initiation. It's going to be a warden brought as well. I imagine they are expecting some smokes to maybe try and plant, as you do see Jackal and a Glaz are going to be brought, and an Osa, all of them available to having smoke grenades in hand.
Yeah, definitely bringing. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say definitely bringing the smokes for the Glaz, but now no Glaz, no Jackal. Now going with Cap down. Finka going to the Nook. That's gonna be interesting. I like seeing Nook. She's a fun operator to watch. You never know what they're gonna do with her.
Exactly. You can always sneak in, right, and just mess up a plan. And a lot of people rely on the cameras to feed the information. So if you're a little too reliant on it, right, it can cost you a lot when a knock's on the board. Seeing the push over, though, we're taking the south side, getting on rappel right off the bat, opening up the window with the sledgehammer. Someone else threw a drone there, so you'll see that that's going to be in action right off the bat. Both teams actually getting on cams here and just trying to get that information. The rotate wasn't fully made, so they're still doing some site setup, but let's see that drone getting shot out, and Chael's going to be the first aggressor here against these players on the rappel.
Yeah, very aggressive on that window. Well, people on both windows actually putting him in a bit of a pinch, so unless they take out one of them, he's not going to get. And there it is. He takes out Skunky right off the bat. There's the opening.
Yeah, Skunky dead. Opening kill going in favor of Lycus on the defense. We did expect to see a defender-sided map, and so far they've all kind of hung on the windows. We haven't seen too much aggression in other areas of the map just yet. Of course, there's still some drone work being done and players rotating over towards Bakery perhaps, but this is still kind of stalling out for its mid. They seem like they're still trying to figure out where the weakness is, the chink in the armor. They can start aggressing in and getting some map control. So far, it's just kind of, dead duck at this point.
Well, Vocal did take a lot of damage, so that's going to be a rough one for them. But yeah, it really does look like it's going to stall out. I'm wondering what the Nook is going to do. Is she on the rappel? Honestly, I can't see. Oh, and there goes Senpai. So 5v3. One person's actually in there. Dolly takes down PKers. Puts them back a little closer to even.
3 to 4 man count ratio, so they at least have now cleared out that back area, the closet, the refrigerator, kitchen. I don't really know what people normally call this. Break room, I suppose, is the name on the map, but there's always weird names for rooms. We know this. Chill being very passive here, not going to go for any aggressive peeks like we had seen them do earlier on the window. Instead, now just biding time, knowing 45 seconds remain. They can start just letting this time be that sixth man for them and just allowing them to just peek out when it's in the dying moments and the attackers are their most vulnerable.
A lot of damage being done to players. It's 2v2. A lot of fighting going on. Trevmac's gonna down Scoob, and now it's all up to Chill. Guess it is in a 2v1 now.
Yeah, he's going to peek out. SMG-11 is going to miss the shot there, though. And he gets taken out. Trevmac and Chosen each getting kills at the end of the round there. And it looked like it was a sure win for the defenders, and yet somehow this last-ditch effort, a very sporadic push in the dying moments, very chaotic, and yet somehow come out on top.
Yeah, great 2v4 by Trevmac and Chosen. So great props to them for getting that. It really looked like it was in the hands of Lycus Empire, but props to them.
Props to them indeed. Now when you get to see what will they do, it looks like they're choosing the same bomb site. We have heard many times casters give criticism of that. You don't like to go to the same site. You just give away your hand, right? You just showed that defense that you normally would go for. Of course, there's always room for mixing it up, but looking at the lineup, they're really not. So they're just repeating exactly what they did last time. And the attackers, if they read into this, kind of know what they can get away with then.
Yeah. Let's see if the attackers are going to bring the same lineup as well as last time. So Obviously, no Nook this time, but attacker repick is in it, so you never know. They'll spot out the ops and see in there. Jackal for the Dokkaebi, actually. That's another interesting one. We don't see her that often, but her phone calls are very good for catching out roamers and anybody's gonna be hiding in those little corners. Plus, if you kill someone, you can get access to their camps as well, which is always helpful.
True. Yes. Very powerful. Would be more powerful if we maybe had a Mozzie and the band of the Valkyrie. So there's only going to be really default cams and a bulletproof. Maybe if they had brought one, which they didn't in this case. But either way, those are still powerful as long as they are up. Looking at the push, though, it's coming from a slightly different direction. At least some of them are. You can see they're more spread out. They're not getting on the window repel right off the bat here. Not with so many bodies, at least. You do see that they have spread out. They know that last time they had wasted a bunch of time over there, and it didn't really net them much. They still won, but it came on the back of a more desperate push than they think they probably would have liked it to be. So looking at it, they're going to go for that east side clear out instead of just sitting on the repel like they did last time. And clear out Dragon, clear out Cash, start to get some control.
Yep. Skunky actually hopping in already. Looks like he's going to be getting a bit aggressive. Chosen's inside as well. He actually dropped in from the hatch. So definitely starting to get their push rolling. PK is trying to get some shots onto the Cash door. Big guy actually, he knows that the Finka's in there. Yeah, he definitely knows.
The angle. But nothing found yet. It's a silencer on this LMG, interestingly enough. See the red pings coming through, but they're not quite live, right? It's always a half second late, so they're going to escape those sight lines here. Chosen cooking that grenade, but I think there was still those ADSs, on the doorway there. There's two of them. The C4 getting prepped is not going to get near them. They actually shot it out anyway. They're just going to keep peeking back and forth each side, just hoping that they're going to be the ones to get lucky with the kill. But damage done to Peeker is going to at least make them aware that they're getting pushed from the side. The Twitch drone trying to finish them off does narrowly knock them down even further, but not enough to down them, so the player still alive and kicking, has the gun in hand. Things are starting to just reach their peak here as the push comes through, but the laying down big guy is going to be trying to peek in, gets the down, and Peekers actually gets the finish off. Chosen getting taken care of. Dally, though, trying to find some answers, gets shut down after finding one. Big guy and Focal each finding some kills of their own, and it leaves Lycus Empire in a 4-2 advantage.
Yeah, just like last round, Lycus were in a 4-2 advantage, but Trevmac and Skunky's still up, so you never know what can come from them. Big guy getting some nice shots onto Trevmac, actually. It's not looking the best for the two attackers right now.
Things stalled out until the end here. They tried to go for this push, but unfortunately, they were ready for it on the defense. They have shut them down at every turn. They're going to have to try and get a pinch here in the last 20 seconds as the push does indeed come through, but the laying down player and Big Guy gets that kill on the Trevmac for 3K on the round. Skunky trying to make something happen. Doesn't know how many bodies are watching from different angles. He's getting crossfired here. There's not a lot that he can do. Just hope for some collateral damage, get some kills, but so far nothing coming his way. And in fact, nothing will. Focal shutting him down. Lycus answer in return, bringing us to a 1-1 apiece.
Quite the unfortunate round for its mid. They had a lot of angles, and they were hitting a lot of body shots onto them, but they couldn't quite finish off the players, get their kills. And Lycus Empire really took advantage of that.
Yeah, they just held out, right? There was no push from any other direction. It was completely east-sided, so all they had to do was lock down those two positions, and Vault being one extremely good one, holding that crossfire over into waiting room, and then, of course, initiation, two players bundled up in there. That's going to really be hard to push out without any other angles being taken, unless you get some nade kills or something, which they had the utility to stop that. So good job from Lycus playing the utility game, but also its mid didn't really adapt to it and kind of, again, stalled out. We've seen it a couple times. The first round, they got away with it by last-ditch effort and some heroic plays coming from those two players mentioned before, but this time they're not able to make that happen. They're not able to make the miracle repeat itself. Here, they're going to be going down to throne room. We haven't seen a downstairs hold yet. We haven't seen this site yet, so interesting to see what they're bringing. Some denial, of course, the mute and the bandit to make sure every wall is cleared off of the hard breach, so that they have to clear that utility and make sure that, they're going to fight, get this utility off the wall and open up the main points of aggression. Otherwise, they'll have to funnel through the doorways.
Yeah, definitely getting those walls off is huge for the attackers. Usually throne room is the first site people go to, the main site. So, interesting to see it coming second, but they're still bringing it out. And
Would
yeah,
would you say
probably
this is BMing by seeing the silencers on all these guns?
possible. It's definitely an interesting choice. Maybe they just want to be sneaky. You never know.
That's true, but they weren't really sneaky last round. They literally pushed from the exact same point and didn't ever try and push from another point, and the position was easily found out. So the silence didn't really do them much good last time, but maybe there's some method to the madness that I just don't
Maybe.
understand. Focal being very aggressive, pushing down the corridor here towards that cash room doorway, but they're going to back off now after not finding any luck in the quick peeks, and Scoob also going to back away through the waiting room. They felt like a minute burned is enough.
Yeah, minute burn always good. Still enough time for the attackers to do something, but they do have a good hold of the top floor. That shield there with the Wamai disc definitely going to help stop them from grenading that shield and taking it out.
Yeah, shield's going to be difficult to take care of, but they do have the utility to do so. They have the Zofia, they have Yana, they have Sledge, they have plenty of projectiles and throwables, and of course the Finka as well, and then you have smoke grades if you really need to use those from Dally. They are going to start pushing down below as well, making sure that this area is cleared out, the Harry Potter below the stairs here, and then of course they've opened up above, or the defenders did. Someone did. Otherwise, that smoke grenade is going to make sure that no ADSs are there. The grenade's going to bounce in, take care of the utility on the wall. They're going to get the hard breach going through. The second nade follows it up. Peekers taking off the board with that nade. So opening kill going for its mid. It's looking a lot better than we've seen. They have a minute to play with as well. So still a bit of time here to try and find other avenues, get some crossfires before they go for an execute.
I'm pretty sure that Maestro is actually going to impact trick him. So that grenade was actually pretty good timing for its mid. And now they basically have a free entry into the site there. The plant is going down now from Dolly, and they have a good hold of throwing room. The smoke is going to throw his toxic canister, but they are able to get the plant off anyway. And Dolly takes out Chill, actually.
Dally finding Chill, Scoob finding Senpai though. It's going to try and get the refrags. Big guy finds one as well, bring it up to an even man count. I think a C4 was ripped there, but nothing being found just yet. Peek's coming through. It's going to be Skunky finding Scoob, Chosen finding Focal. It's all up to Big Guy now. You saw someone just at the wrong moment switching weapons. Still 3 bodies to find, and they know exactly where he is. Chosen shooting through the wall, shutting him down. And that's going to be another round for its mid.
Yeah, definitely a great take from its mid. Once they got that wall open and took down PKers there, they had a straight way right into the site and were easily able to get that plant down. And the smoke was just not there in time to take down the planter. I'm actually not sure if it even hit the planter there. I don't think it took any damage from it.
It's hard to tell. They did have the Finka boost going too. So if it did,
That's true.
it was kind of eliminated, or countered. However you want to look at it. Either way, though, they were definitely already well through the plant, halfway through the plant by the time that smoke would even hit them. So they were fine. That wouldn't have stopped the plant. So good job, though, coming in, getting that plant down and playing objective. We haven't really seen that yet until that moment. But on the other side, after that one player was killed, there was no one else really in the position to shut down that wall. It was a single wall opened up, and they just pushed straight through it. No one else had the right angles to shut it down. So that's a little odd to me. The side of Lycus Empire to not have another angle opened up to make sure they can't just push behind the throne there.
Yeah. I bet they were thinking of something with the Maestro cams and everything, or at least having the Maestro hold it. I don't think they expected him to go down so soon. Which is just unfortunate timing. That grenade was perfectly timed by Skunky. So, yeah, now it's made up 2-1 on this defender side of map. So, Lycus Empire want to finish out on the winning side of this half. They need to win the next 3 rounds here.
It's true. They need 3 in a row to get the advantage. Otherwise, but at the very least, they're open for the split, right? And you drop 1 more and you get 2. At least that way you can say that it wasn't so bad. But like you said, if they want to have any real advantage, they need to have a little bit of a run of it. The way though, Focal going to be that first point of aggression yet again. We saw him last time, not in the corridor this time, instead on the stairway itself, and holding a more passive angle, more of a cheeky peek as well. It's not going to be as well seen. They're going to see Skunky is aware of it though, throws an aid, that there is the one Midas catching it, and well, they're going to go for the spray instead of hoping they peek, but nothing found yet.
Yeah, those Wamai discs have been very helpful so far for for Lycus Empire as Scoob takes down Chosen. So there goes your Finka. So there goes your nades and your boost. But Skunky knows someone's at the bottom of Dragon.
Ooh.
A nice shot from him onto Focal. Wow.
That's a
Now
good
it's
flick.
back. And there goes down your Wamai actually. So there goes your utility denial. Trev
Oh,
back
look, see.
very low.
Yeah, he has to escape there. He took so much damage. He's down to a sliver. And this time the Fink is dead, so no heals are going to be helping out in that situation. Scoob doing some damage and some peeking out, trying to catch another player. See a lot of aggression in the top floor here, and Scoob is just doing their best to be a menace and be a pain and be a pest. Just try and buy some time, not let them have any security feelings being up there while they have to try and also get some vertical play. And so far, things are just not working out for these attackers. They're down to just over a minute. They still haven't gotten this wall open.
Skunky still does have that one grenade. I don't know if the Wamai has any discs on that wall, but if he doesn't, Skunky could easily get rid of those bandit charges and the mute jammer. It looks like that's exactly what they're going for right now. Or trying to bait it. Yep, and that, just like I said, they're going for the wall. And I don't think the mushroom's going to be in time to impact trick it.
No, but Chill at least is there, and the point of aggression. Last time we only saw the Maestro who died. This time they're being a little more progressive in that area. Chill with the SMG as well. Not going to be using something else. The peek's coming through. They look the wrong way. Trev Mac finding big guy, though, is going to even things up. The attackers have this wall open, but Chill still being here on the point of aggression. Scoob in the meantime does find Trev, who'd had so much damage done, finally gets finished off. It's all up to Dali and Senpai trying to find some points of weakness in this defense, but they just can't quite find it yet. They're going to be pushing in from different angles themselves. Beaker's getting down. Chill does find Senpai, though, so it's a 2v1 essentially, and Scoob finishes it off. A good round for Scoob, getting that opening kill, and now finishing off the round as well.
Yeah, great round coming from Scoob. He really held down the defense and helped Lycus Empire get their second round onto the board. So great throne hold, and I'm guessing they're going to go back to bunk daycare here. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
you're right.
Yeah, those were their two. That was the site they went to first. Now that's back on the board, I think they definitely would want to bring it back again, if it's their main site. That is.
I mean, it makes sense. They chose it for a reason, right? So your logic seems to be foolproof to me. Well, maybe not foolproof, but good enough, right? Looking at the lineup, though, we're seeing the mirror being brought. I don't think they had brought it last couple times. We saw them running Warden, and we saw them running with some other ops, but this time they are going to be bringing it. And I'm wondering where they're going to put down these mirrors, especially since they know that the last time, well, the last two times, first time was on the south windows, and then the last time they locked down east and it worked out. So perhaps they're expecting another new push coming out from mid, and this way it's looking like north side could be the play that they're expecting the attackers to take.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're definitely gonna put a mirror window to watch the cafe side, but the other one is gonna be looking actually into initiation. Sorry, not initiation.
Office, I just usually
office,
call it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's office.
Yeah, so both mirrors, though, in some normal positions, I would say. Nothing super surprising. We see initiation is still going to have some players in it. And last time, they just reinforced that left wall, leave the right wall soft, so they have two different angles through the doorway and through that soft wall that they can just keep peeking into control room. So I expect that to still be the same, still be the play. On the attacking side, they have changed it up a little bit. We do see the Ying is actually going to be brought, and we saw Wamai being brought before, so they probably expected this earlier in their match, but now the attackers, after realizing that they have switched away from that Warden, now they're going to bring it, try and play the mind games a little bit. The Nox still being brought as well, but the Hard Breach switched over to Hibana, probably encounter two of those mirrors.
Yeah, and Senpai, who we usually saw in the IQ, is actually now playing Zofia, so gonna be using those 150 bullets, hopefully to his advantage. Just keep spraying. I'm sure he'll get a kill at some point. Considering he definitely needs a kill right now. That's for sure. Don't want to be dropping a donut.
Don't want to call people out that, Danny. It's mean. It's rude.
Sorry.
It's all right. See, Peekers coming down the arcade stairs could be met by the player down below, the knock of Chosen. So those two something to watch out for. Looks like the nade is being cooked in right at the wrong time, too, because the ADS had just been placed down. Now they're aware of the position. We're going to see a nade getting cooked out and trying to be thrown above, and yet another ADS is there to eat it. So both nades now by Chosen off the board, eaten up by the defensive utility. And that's going to allow them to stay in those positions. And it's up to you now on the attack. Try and force something through here. Chosen knows they can creep through and gets the peek and gets the kill onto Peekers. It was a really good engagement. Took a lot of damage, but still came out on top. That's one place cleared out. We see the Ying trying to push in, gets shut down by Focal, so that didn't pay off for them at all. Another push through the window. Focal not able to land the shots. Chosen finding Chill for the second one of the round for them.
Yeah, the Nook, covered by the camera, sneaking in. As Senpai takes down Scoop, it's a 4v2. Big guy and Focal, all that's left. And he tries throwing a C4, but Skunky's there to take him out. It's all on Focal now. It takes down the Hibana, but he still has 3 others he has to take care of right now. And Skunky finishes him off through the wall, and it's mid, get their third round.
Yeah, I was very aware of the position. Just killed my teammate. I'm just going to go for the wall bang and hope for the best, and it works out. So it's mid, though. Getting the utility eaten up didn't end up mattering. They at least knew that with the ADSs, it kind of tells you that someone's probably playing there, too. So they're aware of the positions and just win the gunfights from there. The Ying, while it didn't work out, was a pretty decent distraction, I would argue. So at least had a purpose to it. Now they have at least a split half before they go to the defense, so they probably feel pretty good about that. But they're looking for the 4-2, get a huge advantage on your attack, slip over to that defense, and carry it through, try and win this best of one. Now the bomb site, we'll see. Are they going to try it once more? No, they're going for a completely different strategy here, going down towards that lab area, which we haven't seen yet. And the last time I remember really intently watching a bomb site, this bomb site specifically, is G2 versus BDS way back when.
That is a very long time ago. That's for sure. There seems like they're going to be holding Throne and Armory as well. So extending out towards there. Basically trying to hold down the entire bottom floor. My best
At least
guess
the power
here,
positions.
yeah. My best guess is that they're going to be doing an above take. They're going to bring the sledge. Or maybe even a rush with that line, you never know.
Get that vertical pressure, and then you as well have plenty of guns that do well. They do well. They have the loaded magazine on the line. You have 2 LMGs. You have Sledge's gun, which has no recoil. And then of course you have the AK. Can't underestimate it. Trev Mac getting ready to do like a very quick push. It looks like as the Gaunt 6 is ready. I just pounce on in. They are the Lions. They can use that gadget whenever they would like. The push in from Skunky though is going to be the first point of aggression. Peeker is trying to find one. Can't find the second. We're going to see Senpai actually shutting down Scoob in the meantime. So the attack is having the advantage so far.
I perfectly predicted that rush coming in, but it's not looking like it's going to work. It's all on Trevmac right now. He's down to a 1v1. It's all up to Big Guy as Senpai is still down. Really up to Big Guy here to save it for his team. Gets his
That's going to give
kill.
away his position. So he does get that kill, but now Trev should know their position, which is not in the sight. So Trev just has to get that diffuser and try and get the plant down. We see the shots coming down, and looks like they were able to see maybe a part of them, but they missed the shots. So Trev maybe just pick up that diffuser and go for the plant. So that's what's going down right now. Big Guy knows that. You try and bait out and make them think that they're going to be pushing in, but they didn't actually do so. So now it's all an advantage for Trevmac. Surprisingly, they didn't jump out the window. They are behind that shield, though, and if they're aware, then they can just peek and get Big Guy from this position. So Big Guy, aware of that, going to rotate out, knows that they can't go for that point of aggression. They're going to go through the lab itself. And indeed, the shot's coming through. It's a back and forth. But this time is only going to favor Trev back the more it takes down. So Big Guy knows he has to push up here. And Trev is just patiently waiting, knowing that they have to go for it. Goes for the prone shots and actually wins out the gut by Big Guy. Seemed confused. And that's going to be Lycus falling another round. It's mid, going up 4-2 on the half.
Trevmac going huge for this round for its mid. What a clutch from him, 1v3. And
that was impressive.
An interesting way to finish off the round, that's for sure.
I thought as soon as he prone and the dude didn't peek, I was like, oh man, he's done. But no, continued to shoot. And well, if Big Guy had fully swung that, I actually think he would have won the gunfight there. So unfortunate, but they do have a tactical timeout, not technical. So this is a team timeout to talk about what they had just gone through. Like as Empire, probably aware that this is a map where it's weird to not do at least a split on your half and go down 4-2, in fact, on your defense. So
Yeah.
they now have to figure out what are they going to do on their attack. They need to have good strats here, good coordination, make sure the comms are good, because so far they just let some advantages fall. Like the last round, it looked like they had the advantage there. They were actually pushing back this quick push, and then all of a sudden, TrevMac activated, shut down 2 players on site, and then gets the plant and wins out the 1v1. So they can't let things like that happen, or else it's going to cost them the rounds, and it's going to cost them, of course, the map too. This is the best one. There's no redemption in store. This is also the last play day before we get to those playoffs. So it's all or nothing for Lycus. We haven't talked about the uh, consequences for this match. It's going to be Lycus not likely making it to playoffs if they can't win here.
Yeah, I believe actually if they don't win, they are out of playoffs. So it's basically a winner go home here for Lycus Empire, and so far it looks like they're going to be headed home.
If the
It's
first
mid.
half is any indication.
They're looking strong, and going into this defensive half off of, I believe that's is it 2 rounds in a row if I'm not mistaken. Either way, going in off of that 1v3 clutch, they're definitely going to be feeling good. At least TrevMac for sure is feeling good about that, and Lycus Empire hoping that tactical timeout will give them an advantage of sorts, help bring them back into the game.
Definitely at least slowing down the momentum of its mid, right? That's another reason you might call it, just to try and slow down that force that they had picked up, the confidence maybe going down. Oh, there's my fire alarm going off. No worries. But they're going to be going for the same site, in fact, that we had seen Lycus go for. So are we wrong, Danny? Is throne no longer the optimal site on defense?
Maybe at least in a comp now. I'm not sure what the win rate is on this site specifically. I wish I did, but my best guess is if the win rate on this site is better, then it's probably going to be the more optimal site to go.
Bring in
for the
Cali.
defensive win rate.
Interesting. Haven't seen that one brought yet. See, someone to watch out for is chosen. They're bragging out so far, but the other thing is they were on the knock. They were on some odd operators. Now they're in a more standard one, I would say Malusi, but still capable of being a sneaky little snake and getting around the map. And you see them here in the bathroom, in fact. So they could be the one to push up, catch these players unaware from their backside. So Big Guy is the one who is watching out for that. There is a drone coming up, so gonna have at least the overwatch for it. The eye is ready to see him if he progresses too far.
Lucy is definitely one of my more favorable ops that I like. Definitely very good to have those Banshees to slow you down. They're trying to push, but the wall's getting open already, and Focal's there to take down Chosen as they're pushing into the site, and they still have a minute and a half to go, so they're trying to rush in. They have an advantage 4v5 now, and it's starting to look pretty good for them.
Opening kill for the attackers is always a good thing, and so Echo Drone's going to feed information, though. That is indefinitely that's powerful stuff right there. That's information live, and they're going to be playing from below with the shotgun, hoping someone walks over that Trev. With the information gained by that Echo Drone, knows that they have to push in through here sooner than later, hoping that they can just fall prey to it. There's also C4 in pockets. You could throw it up through the holes they just made. See the hard breach is coming through. They've chosen to go for an office and then even further into the hallway at the top of yellow there. So that's the push that they're going for, in pair with on the outside of bakery, but that's going to be Senpai shutting down Scoop, who was the one trying to get that split push, get maybe a crossfire. No longer possible. We see that bulletproof is being brought here. C4 coming through. It might sing out and find him, but he backed away just in time. A little bit of a dance going on. But 40 seconds remain, and these attackers starting to stall out a little bit. They got the 4-4, so the advantage they had gained early on by getting the opening pick is no longer there for them. Senpai finding Chill is going to make things even harder for them. A 3v4, and they are all in the same position as well. No crossfire is available. C4 finds the kill. It's going to be Senpai with a triple on the round. Skunky trying to get a flank on these players. He knows that they're near the top of yellow. Big Guy's going to get caught from behind if he's not aware of the position here. That's going to be Skunky finding them. And then lastly, TrevMac shutting down Peekers with a shotgun. That's going to put its mid now up 5-2.
A nice start for Lycus Empire there, but it kind of just collapsed. They were able to get into initiation and office there, early push, but a great hold, especially from Senpai there, holding down the cafe, and then taking down I believe it was two others after that. So nice round for him. bring himself back into the game, and a good hold from its mid. Now they're going to be going Armory Throne Room, so it looks like that's how the sites go nowadays. You
Yeah,
got Bunk
it's changed
Daycare
up
and
a
then
little.
Armory Throne, switching up on us.
Ever changing is this game, right? So not too surprising to see it switch a little bit. But those were always the two main sites anyway, so it's more just a switch between first and second. So it's not like super surprising. But I do like the fact that Lab was brought that one round, and of
Yeah.
course it was going to be its mid winning in the 1BX clutch from Trevmac, but I do think that does show it's a viable site. Certainly, the defenders definitely had a chance to win there, so it's not like it's a bad site. In fact, I don't really think any of the sites on this map are really that bad. So I think that's just a well-made map, especially now that we have attacker repick. You have to hope that maps do favor the defense a little bit, just because they don't get that extra pick of the ops like the attackers do. 6 pick is no longer there, so it's a little bit more advantageous for those attackers to change up their lineups whenever they want.
That's true, and especially, you know, you can't see in the pick phase what the defenders are picking. You know, the only way you know is by droning them out. So you know, you don't get droned out, they won't know, and they won't be able to change it. So definitely evens it out a bit more.
This is true. Give the map advantage to the defenders so they can at least try and dodge those drones, right? Either way,
what the
see
mute's
that
for.
the push is coming over from the east, or yeah, the east side, excuse me, and the drone work coming through. A lot of pings you see on the map, but nothing really being gleamed yet. I see the hatch and control opened up, so just standard stuff here. I do see they're going for a very similar hold. In fact, there's a lot of blue bodies actually over here. This looks like it's a bit more aggressive than what Lycus did on their defense. They're trying to shut them down before they can really even get in the map in this case.
Yeah, definitely playing pretty aggressive. Chosen, easily taken out by the LMG of Zofia. From
Second
Scoop.
time that they're the opening pick.
Yeah, but this time they're actually gonna have to hopefully take advantage of that. Scoop takes a lot of damage, takes out Senpai as well. That LMG going off for him. Great start for them. It's a 5v3 now, and they're pretty much getting clear of all the roam, and they still have a mid of 45.
The aggressive hold is not paying out for its mid. They've lost 2 bodies now, and as you mentioned, that wasn't even halfway through the run when they lost those 2 bodies. And it's 2 really powerful guns, too. Alibi and, of course, the Mozzie. The Treadback, though, did some work, obviously, in past rounds. They're going to shut down Chill, so that's going to be the hard breach dead. That's actually a massive pick. That's going to make it so the walls can't be opened up. This Kali is now not nearly as useful. All it has is the sniper rifle. This is focal. They've done work getting frags. They are the top fragger in the lobby, I believe. A really good job from them, but it's going to be harder to do it with that sniper rifle in hand. Going to be just holding down angles and hoping that they can help clear some utility for their teammates. But now we know what the rush is going to be. It's through some doorway, depending on which one they choose. But they're still wary of a roam game, it seems, as they're still peeking around looking for where some of these defenders could be playing. But so far, what we're seeing is a hunker down in sight waiting for this push, and they know they killed that hard breach. I think Trev probably called it out. And now with 40 seconds remaining, they're just going to watch these doorways.
They're going to have to funnel in through those doors, which is pretty dangerous. You know, you're definitely going to want to be careful, though, when peeking that Cali. But actually, one of the doors is barricaded, so they'll know if they're coming to the split door. So really, it's just the door from Dragon that's open, so they're all going to be watching there till it gets shot open now. So, you know, there's people on both sides. They're 13 seconds. They're going to all have to funnel in right now. They're just going to have to hit their shots better. And there goes one. Skunky gets taken down by the Cal. It's a 2v3 now. Focal is going to be running in. Dreadmack has a shotgun. He's taken down as well. It's all up to Dolly now in a 1v2.
He had a camera over there. I'm sorry he didn't get on the eval there. He just went for the peek. Either way, he gets shut down by the overwatch of the Nomad, and that's going to be another round for Lycus. So they're still alive. They haven't fallen any further. It's 5-3 now, so just 2 rounds behind, just like where they started in this half. They're keeping it close, but still, a split half would still end up with them losing 7-5, right? 3 apiece would still end up with a loss. So they need to show that this is not going to be a back and forth. They need to take a little bit of an advantage here. Just another round. They need a couple in a row. They want to at least even it up, get to overtime, just not lose in regulation, keep their hopes alive.
I'm actually really surprised that Lycus Empire had gone that round. They were in a much tougher position without that hard breach alive, and you know, they still managed to funnel through those doorways on both sides, and you know, 1v1 is definitely going to be a lot more difficult. But you know, they're going to have to fight through it. 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 They when you have less people watching each side, it makes it a bit more difficult to hold both ways, and they really managed to pull that off. You know, guess you don't need the hard breach after all.
In some circumstances, I think the lesson there is that you can circumvent hard breaching when you have a man advantage. Really, is kind of what I took away from it. You can get the refrags, and the body count will still favor you then, so you don't have to worry so much. And like you said, when you're not just having one avenue, there are multiple doors into that site, then at least you do have that advantage of splitting the focus of those defenders that are left alive. So the body count, with that in mind, is going to favor those attackers, and they were able to carry it through, even despite the time ticking away on them. Now they're going for a little bit less aggression, it seems. Not going to be extended out so far. Defenders, you know, realize they lost 2 bodies early on, really early last round. And it's the same bomb site, so this time they're doing just a little bit more conservative in their philosophy.
Yeah, definitely for the best, not getting so aggressive. We've seen them. We know that they play pretty well without getting so aggressive. You know, they don't need to
Oh no!
take those gunfights.
Too far.
Oh, Senpai taking a lot of damage.
I wonder where that took place. That is a lot of damage. They dip away, though, dropping down in the barrel and getting out of there. So wherever it was happening, it didn't cost them their life, at least, which is good. Last time they had lost 2 bodies within the first minute and a half, and this time, already a minute in, no one's dead, at least. So it's already going better than last round. That pick onto the hard breach was also really good for them, though. So it's kind of like tit for tat, right? They still need to slow them down more. If they can't get that hard breacher, then that wall will be opened up, and we saw what they were able to do with 2 doorways, let alone a wall being opened up. You know, it could spell disaster if they're not careful. So Trevmac, though, with the shotgun is not in sight this time. Going to actually go for a more aggressive hold, extend over into lab. So that can be something to be watching as the round ticks down.
Yeah, I believe Trevmac also in that first round was roaming around with the shotgun, playing underneath still. But they got big guy on the Nook. He's already they're all inside actually. Minute 15, they're gonna go for the wall, but the C4 is coming out. Nothing happened, so it wasn't shot, but just didn't miss him. They're able to impact trick the yeah, the thermite charges off the wall. You know, they're gonna have to go for it again and hope for the best that it doesn't get impact trick. He's putting it lower this time, but so it might not get it. Yep, just missed. Yep. Unfortunate. And that wall is open now. It's still 50 seconds.
It's 50 seconds, so not too little, but not too much either. It's kind of that sweet spot. So the attackers certainly can get a push here, but they can't waste too much time, right? So all these defenders really have to do is make sure they lock it down. Trevmac with the peek out with the SMG-11 gets a big guy elsewhere on the map, so that's going to at least open up the round for its mid getting that opening kill. So already different than last round in many ways. It's going to be the evil eye getting taken care of, so less information can be fed, but they still have 2 bodies on the other side of the throne here that they have to contest with both the Elda and the Mozzie peeking out. There's going to be the peek and the shot from Focal onto the head of Chosen. He's been shut down these last couple of rounds, but Trevmac doing a lot of work. Dali getting the kill onto Chill. Trev finding another one. Trev finding another! That's a triple on a round, I believe. Doing so much work. Shotgun SMG-11 players saying it's only a support role. Well, Trev is here to say that is not so. Doing damage, carrying his team into another round 1, and now they're on map and match point.
I believe there was actually a 4K coming from Trevmac there, and its mid aren't looking so mid right now, that's for sure. On match point, 6-3. They're really going strong, and they're going lab storage here. So we saw last time when Lycus Empire went there, they actually, its mid, they rushed in. So now seeing Dolly on that Frost makes a lot of sense. You know, they're going to think that they might rush back as well. So definitely a good way to stop them would be those frost mats, you know, jumping in those windows right into sight.
Fog mats, right? You saw how damaging they can be, and even in Pro League, you still see players getting caught, right?
Yeah,
so
never expect them.
You got to be ready for it. And the thing is, sometimes you do this thing where you put 2 down, so you look down, you shoot 1, but you can't quite click to the second one, so you still get caught. So really, drone work is necessary here. You cannot allow your teammate to fall into that trap, and if they do, then you're pretty much dead at that point. Very hard to survive a frost mat. They're usually placed in positions where someone has an angle on it. You get taken care of, no chance of recovery. So something to watch out for, as you mentioned. What is the question?
If you're in the frost mat and you get Binka boosted, doesn't revive you, right?
Nope. Nope, because it's the trap holding you down still.
That's what I thought. Okay, I'm just making sure that I wasn't confused.
I think everyone's asked that question at one point, right? It makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Because that is kind of a weird one. We're like, how does that work? I kind of miss the old days. We could put a legion on it, and then they would just die instantly. You know, because they would be downed by the frostbite, and then the legion would do damage, and they'd be dead. But you know, siege changes to fit people's sensibilities more. So that was something people did not like. It's gone now. False, unchosen. They were a really heavy hitter on attack. They have died all 3 rounds without getting a kill, I believe, so far on this defense. So it's kind of rough for them. Hopefully, this player, this op, can do them a little bit more. Obviously, they don't feel like they're as comfortable on the defense, so they're going to be doing more of a team role here, feeding that information to the rest of them, so they can get this last round won, and then they can, win the map and be done. So I think that makes sense. But I think Skunky's the one they're more relying now on to get the frags, as well as, of course, Trev, now 12 kills, but he's going to be dead, actually, as I say it. Senpai falling as well. Focal with a double outside this window. The peek's coming through. Dally being aggressive gets that kill into chill, but Scoob elsewhere finds Skunky, so things are not working out super well for these defenders now in a 2v4. This bomb site not nearly looking as well as what we had just seen from the last round. And a massive man disadvantage, only halfway through a round. Not a lot of time bought with those lives, so what can they do? They have an ump in the hands of Pauls, and they have, of course, the SMG of the Frost, which is good, but 2 SMGs that have rather slow fire rates is going to be a hard thing to have a lot of confidence in.
Focal's really putting the team on its back here. He's 15-7 now, getting the first 2 kills of this round, and Chosen and Dolly really not in the best position. They're just gonna have to hope that someone hops in a Frost mat or something. As Jackal, Scuba on the Jackal is scanning the beats. He knows where the Frost is now. Frost is gonna have to just pre-fire. PK takes down Chosen, and so 1v4, and Big Guy's there to finish Dolly off. Lycus live to see another round, 6-4, and
not done yet.
Tech pause.
Tech pause now, it seems.
Very
sure what's going on. Maybe a sound bug, classic. They said tech specifically, so I'm assuming something's going on with someone's sound or connectivity.
Yeah,
read what
like
I said. I mean, I just typed it in chat. I said tech, buddy. Please look. That's probably what he's saying there. 2 to 3 minutes, so we're gonna go back to cameras. Oh man, are we gonna go on a break, or are we gonna kill time here for 2 to 3 minutes? That's wild there.
Get to see my beautiful face for another 2 minutes.
And your well-made bed, Danny.
Yeah.
For once. Are you proud?
I'm very proud of myself.
It's good. Luckily, I'm not in my room, or else, it would be
next time I'm gonna have to move
disaster.
my camera so you guys can't see my room.
Why? It's very welcoming. It's warm. All the posters and pictures on the walls.
Oh yeah, very nice posters. I don't know which side I'm pointing to, but yeah, very nice and filled up walls. I like your poster in the back.
I got the anime. The weeb in me has to flaunt that a little bit. What do you make up this match so far? Are you surprised by the results? Obviously, these are 2 teams at very different standings. One came in here with only 1 loss, the other one with 4. So kind of seeing it play out like we'd expect. But 2 more rounds, can Lycus do it?
I mean, it's possible, but definitely the expected score line coming from its mid, at least so far. They're the team on top, 7-1 against 3-4, and you can see that its mid have had a lot more control throughout the map. They've been playing a lot more aggressive, and they've been able to get kills off of them, put themselves in the advantage. Sometimes it hasn't paid off, which is actually how some of the rounds for Lycus Empire came. They got too aggressive, so they really need to just find that perfect balance there, and this map will go quick. But if Lycus can take advantage of that and figure out how to stop that aggression, they'll get those easy picks and bring it back.
It's true. We did see the extended roam cost them 2 bodies, and then they weren't able to have enough people on site like in Throne. And then this last round, quite aggressive on their roaming somewhat, but it was really the players in sight who actually died, interestingly enough, right? They are the ones who got picked off from that window. So it's really odd to see that be the way that they lost the man count. But I believe that we're going to go on a break because it is taking a little bit to figure out what this tech issue is. So stay with us. We'll be right back as soon as that's ready.
Shut up and sit down.
All right, we're allegedly back on the map, so we can just jump straight back in. So this is Lycus Empire versus Ismid. It's mid up 6-4 now. Lycus have won one more round to make it ever so slightly closer, but 2 more rounds they have to find in a row here to make it 3 in a row to get the run towards the overtime that is necessary. And then from there, of course, a win to try and make it into playoffs. So this is still very much in their own hands. They could make it, but they've been facing a team that has outclassed them the majority of these rounds, and they've been taking advantage of when that team has made errors by either overextending or over peaking, like on the window last round. So if its mid can gift them some more kills, I think it's certainly a possibility that they can get these last 2 rounds they need.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have to play very careful, outgun them, outskill them, outstrat them here if they want to bring it to overtime. So just gonna have to wait and see. I'm quite curious to see how it goes. Definitely thought it was gonna be over sooner with how defensive side is supposed to be. With its mid coming out with the 4-2 attack half. You'd think, oh, defender side they'll just quick and easy get the next 3 rounds, but it's only been 2-2. Yeah, 2-2 on both ends so far. So
Yeah, 2-2 on the defense for its mid, so not nearly as defender-sided as perhaps our memory had given us the bias into thinking it would be. But they also had a really good attacking side, getting 4-2. So we have to see 2 in a row. Lycus have to emulate that and have to show that they have that fragging power. They have been pretty good about getting some opening picks, and also really Focal being a huge part of their attack has been massive, though. Trev Mac shut down early last round, allowed them to have a bit more security on the side of Lycus. And so I think those are the 2 players really to watch early on in the rounds. It's like, can Trev or can Focal stay alive, and can they do the damage? And there's going to be Scoob, first one off the board by Senpai. The shot missed by Peekers. That's going to be the Cali switching over to their hands instead. I think last time we saw Focal on it, but now they're going to be the one, and they did just miss an opportunity to try and even up the man count.
yeah, they brought Focal back onto the sledge where he was once again fragging out, but that's just an unfortunate shot missed by PKers. Could have evened it up, but there goes 1 LMG down from Scoob. Focal's already. Everybody's already pushing into initiation office. Focal is going to be taking some damage.
They haven't drawn this. They haven't drawn this Jaeger out. They're just completely ignoring him.
Does
Oh
he know that
my,
there's nobody there anymore?
Chosen. They don't know he's here. And on the wall behind him is a player. He could get up and peek right now. There's the Echo
will
drone
he is
feeding
the
that
question.
information as well. So they should be aware of where these attackers are. All he has to do is flip around. There's a player on a cam. All he has to do is peek this right here. The information's coming through. That's the kill. That's Focal dead. The top frag done. He finds another body in waiting. That's Chill. Oh my. A missed drone costing Lycus possibly this round and possibly this map and possibly playoffs as well. All on the fact of a missed drone. Peekers shooting down that Echo drone finally taken care of, but already the damage is done. Peekers and Big Guy, the only 2 left in a 2v5. This is looking hopeless for them. 45 seconds remain. They have to try and make a miracle happen.
Miss drone, miss opportunities. It's up to the Cali and the Finca right now. So it doesn't look so great. Chosen definitely looking strong as they're both in Security now. There goes the
Oh.
Finka now. Triple for Chosen. It's all up to him now. This PKers is getting a lot of damage in, but just not able to finish that kill off. He has the sniper rifle. And he's going to take
the
down
sniper
one,
misses.
flawless round.
Senpai shutting it down. Triple kill from the missed drone is going to spell disaster for Lycus, and that's going to put the end to their season. I believe they did not make playoffs now, and well, it's mid. Certainly feel good moving into the playoffs and one of the top 2 seeds. I can't quite remember which one they'll end up with, but either way, they feel pretty good, I'm
I
saying.
believe it'll depend. I'm not sure if what's it called? I actually forgot what the other team in first is. Rated. I think it was Rated Gaming. If I'm not mistaken.
I
I'm
believe
not
so.
sure. I don't know if they have played or not. Production can correct me if I'm wrong, but if they have not played yet, then I think Rated would have to lose for its mid to be in first in their division. So, but going 8-1 on the season is still pretty good coming from them. Definitely looking strong headed into playoffs. And unfortunately for Lycus Empire, you win some, you lose some, and I'm sure they'll come back stronger next season.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to end their run. That is going to be the end of this match. There's another matchup coming up. That's Division 2 is here. Division 1 will then have a match between AV8 and, correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm trying to remember exactly who they're going up against. It's going to be A1.
Alpha
Is that
1?
what they're called? Alpha 1. That was it. I just see the A1 as their symbol, so I'm trying to remember. There's all sorts of team names with ones in them. There's like T1, but there's also Team 1.
Everybody wants to be number 1.
Right. They had to have the 1 in there, right, to show their position. But in any case, that's it for this matchup. We're going to go to a short break. We'll have another matchup with you soon. Stay tuned. Hey, welcome in All World Gaming. I'm joined by Schmitty. Of course,
Hello.
I'm happy to have you, Schmitty. This will be a very interesting experience. Well, what do you make of this matchup?
Uh, should be a fairly decent matchup. Aviate joined in a little late this season, so they haven't actually had the opportunity to face off against Alpha One just yet. So we don't know 100% as to how the two teams fully match up to each other. Uh, but Alpha One has been pulling some fairly decent wins. Aviate, unfortunately, struggling a little bit more on that front. They did put up one of the closest matches against Vipers, our current top place team for their division. So if they can wake up and actually bring a fight this time around, we may actually see them take this match.
Unfortunately, even if they did, yeah, it does look like this match is still too little too late for them. They've already been knocked out of playoff contention. But for the other side, Alpha One, this is still determining where their seed will be. So it could be an important matchup nonetheless for them. So they still want to take it. Let's see. I think we have map bans. So let's go ahead and take a look at where are we going to be watching this unfold.
Looks like Aviate is taking us to Chalet. Uh, this one being a little bit more of a technical map. Uh, some weird strategies could come out. We could see some weird vertical angles, maybe even some cheeky flanks. Uh, but this one's really going to come down to a bit more of a mechanical play rather than just straight gunfights.
This is true. There's a lot of quick peek angles that can hold. This requires a lot of shield positions. So we're going to be seeing exactly what these defenders do on their setups. But first, we'll see what the bans are. Jump into the matchup here and see exactly what ops will not be available. That'll help us determine exactly, the storyline that we'll be seeing here.
Absolutely. Looks like we're having a little bit of delay on the feed swap.
Oh no.
There we go.
All right, we got it going. All right, Chalet, though, notoriously attacker-sided in recent times. Of course, with the new map pool, Coastline was removed, so having more maps that are attacker-sided is kind of nice. I think Border is going to be the one to kind of replace it from what I've heard and the rumblings of some pro players, but we'll see. Time will tell. First band coming through, I expect, a Thatcher band, but what other bands do you expect to come through?
Thatcher definitely coming through on this one. Next couple of bands, ideally we should see a Maverick. That would make the basement site a little bit easier to hold. It would also provide a bit more control over the. Flores. Okay.
That makes sense. There's a lot of positions, like I said before, that shields can be placed down. There's the piano. There's also going to be upstairs on the mezzanine. There's going to be highway. There's a lot of different angles that you can put shields to watch out for. So Flores can take care of those shields really easily. You don't have to go through all the ADSs and Womitis, so it makes sense to get rid of them so you can hold those shields longer. Cade, though, there's notorious places where you can put Cades that are kind of cheeky and hard to find. This makes it so everything has to be put on the floor, a lot easier to clear off that utility, and of course followed up by the Mira. So that's going to actually allow Valk, though, to sneak on through. So we'll see how much she's played.
And with how many weird nooks and crannies are along the ceilings of this map, Valkyrie can have so many different places to hide those cameras. Even if they're watching the same room, there's 3 or 4 different spots that you can hide it, and the attackers without an IQ are going to struggle to find it.
Exactly, without the IQ, and you don't really want to bring her in the lineup because utility-wise, just not a lot being added to your pool, right, as of the lineup. So don't often see her. But the first bomb site, a little odd. Normally we see upstairs or maybe bar gaming, but certainly not ordinary to see the kitchen dining hole coming out at the beginning.
No, for quite a few teams, this is usually the 4th site. It's something that they just don't tend to go to. It's not a very strong site to hold, and if they lose that upper floor control, the site itself is just fair game and completely open. Anything that the attackers want to do with it.
10 seconds left.
In the shield being placed upstairs, like I mentioned, shields have a lot of utility. And that's only going to help that further. Of course, with the Wamai in place, that's going to allow them to keep that shield up longer. They have long angles being locked down, I'm sure, by the Rook. They have that 2.0 scope. So you can see kind of the way that they're going to play this is an extended hold with a lot of long lines of sight by that Rook, and everyone else just playing with that shield or in sight. It's my imagination, at least. but a lot of north side holding, not probably extending too far south. So if the attackers are aware of this, I feel that they're going to just start going for that take. And as you can see, they're already going into library.
Yeah, this library take should go by very quickly. There's no defense set up here at all, no utility suck into it. So as soon as they get that confirmation from their droning, they'll be taking this side of the map very, very soon. Conman, however, trying to find his way into trophy side by the looks of it here. Maybe he spotted some sort of a loose defense on that end.
Or just to provide pressure, or who knows, right? But that is their hard breach, so keep that in mind. Someone they don't want to lose, so you can't be too aggressive. You see them already rotating back to join the teammates on that south side first floor, and that's where that wall is into sight, so you'd expect it to be the main hold. There's also no vertical holes from above really looking down at them, so if they're aware of that as well, it's going to allow them to feel pretty comfortable moving in and getting that wall opened up. You see Maverick's going to be opening up the main wall upstairs, the box wall, so they can look in and see, make sure there is no one playing above that's going to look down while they're trying to get this wall open. Conman going for that wall in the meantime, I believe, or at least on the drone, getting ready to do so once they have confirmation. And there it is. So wall being opened up pretty quickly here, only halfway through this round, and that's going to allow them to have avenue in this site. But still don't have the clear fully yet. They'd like some bodies up close, and then of course those bodies up top can certainly flank them.
And with Freezing and Pinos grouping up the way they are, all AV8 needs to do is spot that out, get one good frag in, and that could be both of them just gone. And
Plus they're getting taken care of. Cocknibs gonna get some concussions here. Pinos getting Alazomo. Gonna at least allow these Alpha defenders, Alpha 1 defenders, to have a man advantage now, but quickly Cocknibs finding GM is going to allow them to even have a further advantage. Seeing the push coming through these attackers wasn't cleared out properly, like we had mentioned. They didn't get full control. Yes, they had the wall opened up, but then didn't clear out in the further back area, and then the down onto the hard breach is only going to allow I don't even know how to say that name, Zazik. Well, it doesn't matter. You're going to kicking out, and that's going to be Alpha 1 finding the round 1.
And that one mostly going down to that last flank in the last 15 seconds there. I'm not sure which player it was, but they took out Conman through that hallway from the main stairs going up to library. Fell back almost immediately, securing the fact that no refrag could come out and the time would just run down.
Some interesting names. Elzomo, GM, Flixer. Is it Zazik? Is that how you'd say it? That's like
I believe so. I don't believe we have confirmation for his name. That being said, though, we are seeing quite a few names over on AV8 side that aren't usual. They ended up having to pull a couple subs in on this match.
Well,
So we could be seeing a little bit of cohesiveness issues coming from there, judging by how many subs they had to bring in today.
well, at least they got the play right. It wasn't another forfeit. I saw a couple of those on Wikipedia page. Check that out. See how things had played out. This is the last play day. Just to remind everyone, going into playoffs after this, Alpha 1 guaranteed in. AV8 not going to have a chance, but still pride on the line, and of course the seeding for Alpha 1 is important to them, so trying to win this one. Seeing the other first floor bomb site, so they are not favoring top or bottom. They like the mid floor. It allows them to have some unique holds and be able to roam about in two different directions, up and down, and of course spread horizontally as well. Seeing the push coming through, it's very similar to last time though, going for more of the self take into library, and then of course on K9.
Absolutely, and hopefully we see a little bit more of a defensive hold up in that library site this time, because last time they gave AV8 library entirely for free. This time it looks like Freezing is playing there, so we'll see how effectively that AV8 can manage to try to clear him out here. One grenade already going off, only finding a little bit of damage, and Iana using her drone just to confirm that he is still in that corner.
Flash coming through. It's going to try and get him, but he does escape with his life. Freezing, narrowly avoiding that nade coming through. Utility is wasted in a way by not getting the kill, but at the same time, it did its job of clearing them out, right? That's what they wanted. So now more clearing coming through. ADS is going to burn that one, so they have to throw a second one onto that mezzanine area where a shield sometimes is placed. I don't think I saw anyone, but the peek out onto the doorway, they're not watching it. Angel getting that kill on the GM. He's going to open things up. Alpha 1 getting that opening pick. Now these attackers have more work to do as they are just now getting some control over site.
And with that flank coming out from Angel there, Aviate now needs to keep an eye entirely on the piano side as well as trying to pressure site, because they still haven't been able to confirm his location after that kill. Looks like they are starting to get her there, and Ozoma does find him. I believe that was in bathroom.
This going in the way of Aviate. That's really not a good thing for Alpha 1. They've lost a lot of bodies down to the 2 to 4 ratio here. Linux and Pepinos are going to be the ones to try to find answers to the problem. They'd have to buy time too. A minute remaining. See the pings coming through. Linux can get Gal onto Zozik, so that's at least one body found, but still down by 1. They have slowed down this push just ever so slightly. The angle from above from Alzamo is going to find Pinos now. Linux in a 1v3. They have 1 kill. They need probably the quad to stop this one. Plant going through. It's in the default position. The ping's coming through, but they're caught from both sides. Flixer credited with the kill. Aviate strike back. It's 1 apiece.
Now, while he did have a fantastic angle on the primary entry to site that Aviate was using, giving away his position there and not immediately relocating, it just left him in a completely pinched spot. He didn't stand much of a chance coming out there because no matter which side he tried to take that gunfight, the other one was already aimed at his head.
Right there was watching him, and the only other way he can go is out the window and outside, so probably not the best play either. So as you said, had to relocate, did not, get stuck in a corner, and the end result is what you saw. So that bomb site didn't go so well. They're going to opt for another angle, which is downstairs. So you oftentimes see 2 different ways attacking teams like to take it, whether it's the south wall by snowmobile or the wine wall. So depending on how Aviate want to take this, I will say though, the percentage of win rate on this bomb site is not great. So it is interesting to see them go down here. They haven't even tried top floor.
No, and a lot of their extended holds for the first floor sites were utilizing that top floor in the master room. So I'm not entirely certain why they were choosing to take basement here when they could just simply take top floor where they were holding already. And on top of that, it looks like they're leaving the dining hatch open with nobody playing the defense there. If they give up that control to the attackers, it could very well make the wine room take just that much easier for them.
That leaves your lines of sight open to your utility that's on that wall. Like, it's just right there. It's not a hard shot. So it's interesting, like you said, they would open it and then not defend it either. Usually you reinforce it to make the attackers waste utility and at least getting that open up so they can clear things. But in this case, that's not going to be the case. Someone is roaming down in game, so the drone just caught that player. So we're trying to find them before they can sneak away. But I think they already have gotten away. Pino's finding Zazik. It's going to open up things for Alpha 1. They get that opening pick. They did last time, though, and it didn't gain them anything. GM did take a lot of damage with their Finka, so they healed themselves back up. A lot of engagements early on.
That it is, and the timing on Pinos' flank there, just absolutely flawless. While Aviate was focused on trying to locate Ella down in Games Room, he just well-timed on the swing. They had their backs to him, they didn't even have the chance to react, and when they did manage to turn around, he was already long gone.
Gonna use nades, it looks like, to clear this out possibly, and they're still debating what they want to do. They know that the meat jammer is right here, so they should be able to shoot it out, and there it is. The Maverick working in tandem with Thermite. GM's gonna find that kill into Linux, so that's at least one body found to try and re-engage and even up the man count. So 4 apiece. Halfway through this one, they got the wall open now, it seems, pushing down the main stairs as well, so they're starting to get some pinches. Might be able to go for a plant here, but it's still not the most secure plant. Flixer with the LMG just trying to contest. You see the push from blue. Cocknib's going to get away from it, so they didn't quite get caught. That was a missed opportunity from the attackers. The hard breach are going to get the hatch now above and connector, so that'll at least allow them to have angles onto that player who is playing down in that area. So flashes or at least smokes going through, try and cover themselves as they try and go for a plant, it seems. Flixer locking down blue as well. This is looking like a good execute coming out from ABA.
Absolutely, and from the look of Alpha 1's positioning right here, they don't exactly have the ability to fully try to retake this just yet. Oh, Pino with the amazing flank coming down main stairs, catching two completely off guard. Ozomo struggling and unable to catch the gunfights as they swing him out. He does manage to stop Pinos from using it, but Angel coming back in to clean it up.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser.
Fuse done, Alpha, despite letting the plant go through, have a very aggressive retake. Pinos on the forefront of it, of course, getting the quad in the round. Angel finishing it up, getting the defuse. So things looking good for them when it comes to coming in through the clutch. They're in a time crunch. It doesn't matter. They feel confident. They get it. That's the basement hold done. They've won upstairs and kitchen, and so that was a couple rounds back. Now they get to go back to that bomb site. Of course, last time we did see Aviate didn't fully clear above and didn't clear out the backside either. It was a complete frontal assault, and they paid the price for it.
That they certainly did, and without that proper flank watch up top, the timing of that flank, once again, absolutely flawless. Twice in that round, Pinos just completely well reading the situation that he's at. Taking the swing, finding not one pick, but two on the second flank, which was absolutely amazing.
Big brain plays going up from Pinos. They're on the Valve, so that makes sense. There's the intel gatherer, so you have to have a decent sized brain to do that job. See, the lockdown coming upstairs is the same. Reinforcing box, making sure that they have their rotation and lines of sight, probably putting the shield up there too, if they have one, which they don't actually. They're switching it out. Angel is going to actually go on Oryx, which we have not seen play quite yet. That's a very interesting pick, perhaps. It's so they can come up through that hatch and dining and catch them unawares.
With Oryx on there, if he's the one playing on site, that means very quick rotations to assist the upper floor if pressure's mounting there, or even better, easy flanks if he goes down through the dining hatch and circles back around. That being said,
Indeed true.
Avian seemingly try to continue on with the library take. It has been working out in their favor in the sense of it's not being defended, so they're taking the free ground. But fortunately, that is seeming to play right into what Alpha 1 is expecting them to do now, because they're just giving it to them every time.
It's pretty clear that they're not worried about it, right? That's why they're giving it. It's like, yeah, you can have that, but it's not going to do you much. We still have the angles we like, and yeah, now we actually do see a little bit different play, though. There is a player on the other side of the wall above. Pino's getting a kill on the GM to open up things. Oh, my! Nasty shot. Zasik getting shut down as well. To open things up. The peek onto Linux from Alzamo does at least try and bring things back for Aviate, but Pino is on a tear, continuing where they left off last round.
And that was just poor timing on, I believe that was Zasik that was on the garage wall. Just poor timing on him. He was still in the middle of swapping from the shotgun back to the regular gun. Pino's just, once again, great timing.
Man going for the wall. Going to get it opened up. Looks like there's no utility to deny it this time. And you look at the operators, it makes sense. They didn't have anything from the beginning. So they had taken time, tried to clear things out. They cost themselves two bodies. Linux was on the other side of that wall, so at least they had some refragability from Alzama trying to keep things close. But the peak from Pinos, another one, a triple on the round. Conman falls. Flixer and Alzama have to try and make this happen. A 2v4, 50 seconds remaining. No ground gain, just getting shut down every time. But Flixer can finally end that terror of Pinos getting those kills and flicks onto them. Now they have at least a chance to try and get an execute into sight. The angle is being watched from a player in kitchen. They also have some players above, and there is one Angel from above. The angle opened up, allowing them to see down, and while Flixer having to grab that diffuser takes a lot of damage in the meantime, doesn't know where he's getting shot from. It's going to be Nibs on the flank, the rotation coming through with that 2.0 scope to end things off and allow Alpha 1 to pull ahead a bit.
It looked like Aviate was expecting the flank to come from the stairs, not the immediate drop. They did have that Claymore set up top. They did hear it get shot out. Did he shoot it out?
I couldn't quite tell.
No,
it might have been too far down, and he just
maybe
avoided it.
Either way, though, he instead of going for the stairs like Aviate was expecting, just immediately dropping and using that fireplace as cover. Just to hide exactly where those shots were going to come from. great smart plays coming from Alpha on this one. They have consistently shown that they know how to flank on this map, and Aviate not quite keeping map control the way they should be right here. As you said earlier, this one was fairly attacker-sided, so Alpha 1 definitely showing their dominance on the defensive half.
Going now to that upstairs site, we haven't seen it played yet. We've seen them in this area a lot. The bomb site was never actually there. Here, see if they're going to show us why they haven't chosen it. Perhaps this is a weak spot for them, and it does kind of make a little bit of sense considering how they played it. On the other sites, they know that they can give up a little bit more ground. Here, if they give up ground, they're giving up bomb site, they're giving up plant. So it makes a little bit of sense of why they might be hesitant, but with how dominant they've been, they might just ride out on the frags in any case. Flixer and company pushing in through library. Going to do a standard take as we're used to seeing from them, taking the opposite side of the map, getting some control, doing some drone work. But the thing is, they always have to be aware of those rotations, of those flanks. So far, it has just been the Achilles heel in their attacks.
And we are seeing a little bit of an adjustment coming out from them this time around. Alzamo swapping over to the Nomad. That should help curb some of the flanks. But unfortunately, with how the railings are set up on the staircases, all being open concept, there's not exactly very many places that he can tuck those air jabs in order to get that flank locked off.
Fully taking in now after getting the drone work done. The bodies now move in to try and aggress forward, and a big part of them to try and clear up, at least get a shield that might be playing in there off of the piano, as there is the smoke available. So that's what I imagine they've done. The wall is now going to be opened up by command. They've been pretty good about getting the wall opened up. The problem is what they do afterwards. That's where the problems lay for Aviate in their attack. Flixer is the one on that forward point, that vanguard, if you will, trying to make sure they try and pick and get kills onto these players playing all different positions. It's going to be Nipso finding Zazek to open things up. Alpha 1 yet again getting an opening pick. They've been pretty good about getting those.
And that looks like it came from downstairs, too. That wasn't even on-site pressure. That was just them trying to further take control of below so that they don't get C4'd from trying to go for this plant. Fixer, though, absolutely getting peppered by impact grenades. Not entirely certain why they're just trying to finish him with those, but Conman, at the very least, finding something in that bottom floor. I believe that was clearing out dining. They now have a little bit of time to actually sit back, breathe, before they need to make their final push, coming towards these last 50 seconds.
Finding Pinos is massive, but Linux with the refrag onto Flixer, retaking ground in the piano area. They try and escape, and they manage to do so before they're taken care of, but a lot of damage was done to them. They know someone's on that piano window. Time is ticking down, though. It's a 3v3, even man count. Alzamo might be going for a little bit of a play on the backside that they could be caught unaware from. Trying to find those angles on the players, but so far not finding anything. Plant coming through. Linux, though, shuts down Alzamo. Plant will be shut down as well just before it's completed. And Linux shuts down that last player in the Overwatch. Alzamo shutting down the planter. In pairing, they clean up the round and carry Alpha 1 one more round away. And a bigger gap now between them and Aviate. Aviate, if they go down 1-5, it's a pretty rough spot to be in when you have to go into the defense on this map.
Oh, absolutely. And from what it looked like in that last plant spot there, they had a Wamai sound bug right on the piano door. So I don't think they could have quite heard the mute push up the way he did. Just the trying to struggle back and forth between the different angles that GMO was looking at, it looked like he wasn't 100% certain where the push was coming from because of it.
Down to the basement we go, looks like. So we are going to go and see a repeat where Alpha did last time give up a plant, but then Pino was on a 4K tear and allowed them to get the retake and get the defuse. So while it might have been somewhat close, the retake was not. So they were able to get those frags and not lose many bodies to try and get that defused. So
10 seconds left.
Aviate, they certainly have shown us potential, but it's really those late parts in the round too where they just need to clean up a little bit, right? They need to lock down angles a little bit better, make sure that they're not losing out to those flanks, to those weird peaks from different angles, and just lock down the lines of sight that they need to so the plant can actually get completed, and then they can just hold outside, right? Hold those passive angles, especially on this bomb site. Certainly doable, but they're going to be probably more conservative, more cautious after what has happened in these last few rounds with them getting caught all over on the top floor.
Absolutely. And while this round is definitely winnable for them, the main thing that they need to do in order to clean that up, remember to stay on drones. Remember to set up those flank watch and have somebody watching those off angles. The push always seemingly coming out exactly where Aviate is not looking. Most of those gunfights being lost just to not even being able to shoot back. Aviate really needs to clean that up. Otherwise, they're going to be looking like they're going to be out on this one. However, GMO catching the first kill on Lynx as he makes a little bit of a baited push trying to catch that drone.
Maestro trying to use the nade to clear it up, but they have ADSs waiting. They need Thermite to throw into smoke to make sure there's not another one so they can clear it. And there it comes through, I believe, though. They have cleared it officially, getting that wall opened up. This is only step one. They've also gotten a kill, at least, onto Linux, like you mentioned, to open things up. So they have a man advantage. They have the wall open. We're only halfway through the round. Things are looking pretty good. But last time, it was also looking decent. They still didn't hold on for long enough. We're going to see Flexer's going to be engaging with Freezing in the bottom blue corridor. Nibs is going to be the one contesting on the main wall, but that's going to be their player, their buddy, Freezing, dying in that blue corridor. You're going to need all these players to get hands on deck, try and stop this defuse from going through, as they're in a 3v5 now.
And with all of that focus coming over on the snowmobile wall itself, a little bit coming down from the blue side to make sure that nobody can take that angle. Zomo covering that across. Finally, Aviate looking in a strong position on this plant. And with no flank coming out this time, they may actually just be able to pull this win.
Pinos and Angel have to clutch out here. They found the player on main stairs. That was, I believe, Angel finding that one. Con Man and Zazik trying to lock down out here. Zazik finding Angel. Pinos finds Con Man, has two more to find. He knows one more is above here, holding some angles, but doesn't go for the aggressive peek out. He knows another player has to be on the outside of this wall, holding the angles. Knows what both of them are. Has to find their bodies in short time. There's not going to be enough time. Even if it gets the diffusing time, will run low. Zazik, though, will clean it up, ending the round in favor of Aviate. They get the split in a 2-4 fashion, so they're down a little bit, but at least not down as bad as it could have been.
No, and they are going to have a majorly uphill battle here on the defending side. With this map skewed a little bit more in the attacker's favor, Aviate needs to clean this up here. They need to be able to play very unpredictably. They need to be able to take Alpha 1 by complete surprise and set the tone for this, or for their defending half very quickly. If they can't get that kind of control, if they can't get into Alpha 1's heads, they are very much in trouble here.
They have been kind of falling into the tune of Alpha 1. Last round was the exception that seemed like an actual clean round from them. They didn't let it fall in the latter half of it either, which we've seen a couple times from them. It's more about completing a whole round, like you said, cleaning it up, and part of that cleanup just really comes down to following through in every single stage of a round. And on defense, you have a little bit more control, I would say, of that. You're going to have them pushing into what you put up, right? You're the one setting up. They have to clear everything that you're putting in. All the ground you give up is your choice. Whatever you hold, you want to make sure you're playing your game well, right? That's the huge part here. Can you have a game plan that they feed into so that you know and have a predictable setup for them, not for yourself, though? Like, they still have to play unpredictably, like you said, but as far as the attack, they can at least maybe make them fall in line of the path that they've laid.
Yeah, and Alpha 1 showing us in their defending half that Aviate just were forced to play the way that they wanted to. Aviate didn't have any real control over how the rounds progressed up until that last one. So Alpha 1, if they can do the opposite, maintain control of the round on their attacking half, they've got this in the bag. Aviate, though, doing a bit of a library defense on that bar. It's going to be a bit of a struggle for them. The upper fireplace position is very difficult for them to try to clear out. without some solid grenade clear, as well as clearing out the shield and pinching them from 2 different angles.
What I'm curious about mostly here is the Twitch's play. She's going to be instrumental. They have utility, yes, but if she can take care of some of those discs, those magnets, and some of those ADSs, that clear will be a lot easier for them. We do see the hard breach going to come through, at least allow them to open up the wall onto highway. Freezing on the upside down repel, also holding some angles here to help, but still, the utility clear is going to be the name of the game, and they can't take too long in doing so. Now, we haven't seen Twitch too much. We see that she is on our Twitch drone, so knowing where that is could be instrumental in getting this clear, but time is ticking down halfway through this round. We do see the laying down. Are they going to try and throw something out? Either way, GM getting that kill onto Angel opens things up. That's going to be Ash dead. Now, nade coming through. There's a lot of damage on Dazazik, but did not get the kill. Another one's going to sing through, but it's not going to get the bounce. Some damage, but not getting that kill on the player. Going to allow that to just continue to pest them on that mezzanine area.
Oh, and GMO, unfortunately, taking a swing in what he probably should have been sitting behind that shield for. Linux just taking the power swing up. Unfortunately, Zasik catching Linux, and now Nibs as they try to swing in to try to clear out GMO.
Oh, the swing up from Alzamo. It's going to shut down freezing too. So Pinos on that Twitch is going to be the only one remaining in a 1v5. They need a massive, massive win here, but it ain't going to happen. A flawless win for Aviate can allow them to get that momentum, get that control that we had mentioned they needed. Certainly the only way that you can start, if it's going to be the best one, right? That's the only way that you can really say is flawless, is to see something like that. They shut them down. They didn't get the cleared out. They get it down onto a player. I guess that's the only flaw in that run for them. But otherwise, they locked down every position that they wanted. They didn't let them push through the highway. Every time they pushed up, it was Zazik really on the main front there, shutting him down on the Jaeger. And from there, just not giving any ground to Alpha 1. That is what we were talking about. Get that control, maintain it throughout the round. Great start. But still, a down a round, they have to keep it up.
And a great start indeed. If they can keep this pacing going, they may very well take this round. This map. That being said, though, we are seeing some adjustments coming out of it. One that may put a wrench in Aviate's plans. Pinos swapping over to the OSA, operator that we haven't yet seen on this map. That could very well lock down some of those tougher to hold angles, or even set up extra cover for the attackers to use against the setup.
10 seconds to insertion.
Angel, however...
Going for that... apologies.
Sorry about that one. Angel, however, also swapping off from the sledge first over to the Ash, but now to the Buck. It seems that they're deciding that they need a little bit more soft destruction without giving up any sort of frag potential.
It's interesting to see them choose the Buck, as it is a second story hold, and oh, that's interesting. You see the player get away with that one. They had the angle. It would have had to be in a massive reaction speed there if they're going to get that kill, so can't blame them for missing out on it, but it's going to at least clue them in that someone had bailed out from above, went down those solar stairs, so that's still information gleaned on the side of Alpha 1. Seeing some drones getting shot out, but no one's there to follow it up for any real damage. At this point, that information is going to go cold fast, and no one's going to be there to do anything with it. Well, that makes me question how they're utilizing these drones. Now, they are at least getting some eyes into sight and seeing what is this hold, and they are realizing it is not a heavy hold in sight whatsoever. There's 2 bodies down below. If they're aware of this and they know that they can push them through the trophy, they might be able to get something going. That's going to be Nibs getting GMO, freezing. Fine, man, things are falling apart for Aviate's defense here. Another one falls. Pino's onto Zazik. Only Alzamo and Flixer are going to be able to do anything to slow this down here. They have a cross angle at the very least, but it isn't going to go so well for them. Pino's shutting down Flixer. Alzamo did at least find Angel, not anything else. Linux shuts him down, and that's going to be Aviate falling. Now, Alf's again starting to increase that gap that they had let up a little bit on.
They started to build momentum in that last round. This round that we just watched, very much not their game. Conman getting caught out, just trying to circle back over to the window to cover it, realizing that there was a major gap in their defense through that trophy window. Alpha 1 capitalized on it right away. Unfortunately, that does mean that AV8 is not likely to pull this one back. Losing that momentum here and letting Alpha 1 dictate the pacing of the next couple of rounds, they're going to struggle.
Bomb located by attackers.
It is a massive difference to go down 2 rounds versus being tied. That's what that round meant. They could have tied it up, got the 4-4, and then carried it further, even possibly. At the very least, they lose their 3rd site, and it doesn't feel so bad because then you're just down 1, and then you get to go back to the 2 sites you'd already won. Now, though, they have to repeat their 2nd site, and they just lost it massively. It was a huge blunder to allow that gap in the defense, as you had called it, because that is exactly what it was. And now, what are they going to do? They've lost the momentum. They're kind of going to need to ride that a little bit. And here they have to start playing into their own game again. They can't let Alpha just run and gun and get them caught with their pants down, which is kind of what it looked like last time. Here, they have to recapture it, and they've already gone to this bomb site last round. So looking at the setup, it's not much different, and that's a little concerning.
No, they don't seem to be bringing out all that many adjustments to it. The main one that they do need to watch for, though, is that trophy window. However, the attackers, realizing that those adjustments may be made, are instead coming up through basement, which has been left entirely undefended by the AV8 side. Oh, and Angel, little bit of a panic moment there, not realizing that he wasn't the intended target for that one. However,
Freezing finding
Alpha
flicks there. That was disgusting through the wall. I just had to comment there. Freezing finding another on a conman, though. That's 2 bodies felled in quick fashion by that LMG. Another one falls. A triple on the round. Alzamo. GMO can shut down an Angel, but 4 more bodies to be found. This is very much like last round where they just started to go in and kill everyone. And Freezing was activated. A quad on the round. And Alpha 1 now putting themselves up onto 6 rounds in this map. And that is going to mean what?
That means we are on match point, and AV8 needs to wake up right here, or this is going to be it for them. Alpha 1 taking this map may very well secure the 3rd seed going into playoffs. Let's see if they can actually pull this off right here, right now.
1 more round stands between them and playoffs, and well, I mean, they're already going, but that's all they need to finish this one off, but also get that upper seed, right? Not like super upper, I guess just 1 more spot instead of being 4th seed, it'll be 3 seed, but it still also dictates who you're going to be facing, right? So that is still rather important, giving yourself a little bit more of a chance to live through the playoffs eliminations. So either way, we're going to see a new bomb site being brought, though, from AV8. They're going to the bar and gaming. And we've seen them struggle on the other mid-floor bomb site. Last time they had won this flawlessly, right? So that was good, but that was also the first round of defense. They had seen the setup before for Alpha 1. Now they've seen it before. They know that they had played directly into it. I mean, it was a flawless round, so certainly Alpha 1 are, well, you would hope they're not going to fall in the same way that they did before.
You would certainly hope not, and this time around, Alpha 1 electing to not bring the Twitch that they were using to clear the utility out last time. Instead, bringing Ash, not exactly the greatest at clearing utility anymore, falling out of the meta in recent days. This time around, though, once again, actually, it looks like Alpha 1 has realized that the basement floor is completely undefended. AV8, if they can't read into this right here, there could be trouble.
And the Maverick is so quiet is the big part of it. And there's the angles from above, and they're going to be waiting for it, freezing, picking up where they left off last round of 4K, and now a 5th one in a row. But Zazek is there actually to get the refrag rather quickly and faster than I would have anticipated. That's going to allow them to at least stay alive. But the quick beacon through the main door, Linux finding that body. But GMO fighting back, gets Spinos. Another kill, though, onto GMO from Angel. It is back and forth, refrag after refrag, but still an advantage for Alpha 1. Being up 3-2 in the body count compartment. little bit of a lull here, but Linux quickly finding on Flixer. It's going to all be up to the last men of Aviate to clutch out in a 1v3, and they can't do it. Linux shuts him down. That was a quick round and a quick matchup as Alpha 1 are just ready to move on and get that 3rd seed and go into playoffs.
Absolutely, and with the Lion scans coming out in that last one, it was just an unleash the wolves moment on Porcon, man. Stuck in sight on that smoke.
Yeah,
this
that's
time,
a nightmare for them.
That's going to be a good fear for them for the next couple of matches, that's for sure.
Well, that's going to be it for those matchups, at least. So that's 2 down. We have now cemented some playoff chances. What else should we be looking forward to?
Well, later this evening, we've got, I believe it's Goomba Gang and Imperium being the final match of the day. That matchup is actually going to be determining the fate of multiple teams going into playoffs here. Depending on which team comes out on top, we've got Lycus Empire, Imperium, and of course Goomba Gang, all fighting for the same slot. So the result of that match, that determines which of those 3 teams make it in.
That is quite consequential. So we'll have to see
Absolutely.
how it plays out. But for us, that's it for this matchup. We'll go on a short break before that last match is going to be put up for you to watch. And then, of course, you'll hear a little bit more, hopefully, about what playoffs will look like once we have that finality given to us by the end of that matchup. But that's it for us. So stay tuned. But good night from me.
Shut up and sit down.
Welcome back to All World Gaming. I'm Time Delight. That is Santos, and it's our final 2 maps of the night. Santos, I want to get initial thoughts from you for obvious reasons. How you feel?
I'm feeling pretty good. First match, Rated Gaming, going up against Dallas Vendetta. Obviously, I have ties, but I mean, for the most part, just they're absolutely absent. So, I have not taking a side here. Rated Gaming could certainly take the reins over Dallas Vendetta. That being said, I'm waiting to see, what kind of strategies they're going to bring to the table, right? Rated Gaming and Dallas Vendetta. I mean, last time I was casting for AWG, I saw Dallas Vendetta struggle a little bit. I'm hoping that they can recover from that. Meanwhile, Rated Gaming, not sure what to expect.
Rated Gaming are a massive question mark for us. They are 6-1 thus far, looking relatively decent in terms of overall stature, but a couple of those are forfeit wins, and they still have a few play days left to pull off. Again, question marks them. On the Dallas Vendetta side, it's not good.
You're trying to put this lightly there?
Yeah, I know you're affiliated with the organization. It's not great for Dallas Vendetta.
Listen, we can be
thus far.
brutally honest. Like, we can
They're
be
bad.
brutally honest, okay?
They're bad.
Yeah.
They're bad.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing bad. I don't know if they as player. I can't call any of these players bad, but they're playing poorly against their opponents. They're all better than me, but they haven't really been together as a team long enough to build that team cohesion, and that's costing them. You have team chemistry as a squad. Everybody's talking about their team chemistry, whether it's esports, actual sports, whatever you may please. But Dallas Vendetta just aren't showing up with that, and they're falling later on in matches because of it.
I think just you're 100% right with the chemistry thing, right? Like, you can get through a couple of rounds in Siege without your chemistry just based on the the skill that you have with your gun and whatever it may have you. But once it comes down to these crunch time rounds where you're trying to get these executes going, there really is no chance for you to pull off some of the amazing things that we've seen some teams do just based off of coordination. As we head into the game, Dallas Vendetta have the first man. They're going to use it on the SAS operator Thatcher. Every single time I've casted on AWG, I've seen a Thatcher ban. Today will not be any different. Question is, who is Rated Gaming going to ban? They're going to ban the denial of utility counterpart. That's going to be Flores taken off the board as well.
On Chalet, that's not too surprising. With the Thatcher off the board, you want to make sure that the Flores is soon to follow. That leaves all your hard breach on the board, along with, well, everything else. I guess process of elimination will leave you that. Valkyrie being removed, not too surprising. Information is pivotal here on Chalet with that floor breaching ability throughout both the top and middle floors. And then Mira being removed is the least surprising ban since sliced bread was introduced to the world back in whatever century it was, because I have no clue. Into Chalet though, normal bans, nothing too out of the ordinary thus far.
Are you saying that sliced bread got banned? Like,
Yes,
what are you
sliced
implying?
bread has been banned. It is communist propaganda. Get it out.
Okay, well, I love sliced bread, so I'm going to deny you of that request. But as you can see up the top, Dallas Vendetta currently sitting at 0-8. Like we mentioned, no chemistry has been established from them as yet. We are looking for that to change. Question is, will it happen? Meanwhile, for Rated Gaming, right, they are sitting at 6-2. You mentioned the forfeits that they've had, so you can take away a couple of those wins, but it has to be said they are still a roster to be reckoned with. It'll be Dallas Vendetta starting on that defensive side, and they're going to be headed to the kitchen first, trying to cook some things up for Rated Gaming. But what are the keys to this defense, your time?
Want that top floor control, and for as long as possible. You don't need to turn it into kills, but you do need to turn that into time wasting. While on the other side, Rated Gaming need to be quick to clear that out. They want to be able to put down that vertical control and the vertical pressure quick as humanly possible. I think they have the possibility to do it. Of course, they're looking a little bit better. Our overlay is switched, by the way. We'll get that fixed for you in just a minute. But Rated are on the attacking side, Dallas Vendetta on the defensive side, and Dallas Vendetta need to control this top floor for as long as possible. I'm going to say it again because it's just that important for them.
You can see all of the reinforcements that they dedicated upstairs as well, just controlling the amount of bullets that can go through those bathroom windows and into the master bedroom, and they're hoping to hold on to that area of the map with a vice grip. That being said, Rated Gaming look very intent on pushing on over from library as well as through the master bedroom's windows itself, just trying to get a pinch going and ensuring that the Dallas Vendetta defenders can sit with absolutely no comfort. You see that Foz is going to be playing up here. You actually have Michael William and Expiry up here as well. So a huge investment here from Dallas Vendetta and a very confident sort of defense that's coming out from them. The question is, they're sitting at 0-8. That confidence can only take you so far.
It's thus far taken them to the bottom of the leaderboard. It seems like it's going to continue as well. Not a great position for them. Abstain the first to fall. Down goes the only explosive they had remaining. It's the only lethal one, and Loot is just sitting on site. I didn't even notice it. Really doesn't matter either way. Weston now picking up their position, looking to push through, and even drops the Scobie above Expiry in a 1 versus 4 now with just a sliver of health. Look in his general direction. He will indeed fall. They're aware of his general area, but as soon as he's swung, he'll die. LMGs galore here on the attacking side. There's the swing, actually gets the first kill, but from behind will be removed. TechU will finish him off. Rated, pick up round number 1.
Can we even say pick up? They just clawed that away from Dallas Vendetta, not even slow and methodically. That was absolutely brutal. The oversight from Dallas Vendetta allowing Rated Gaming to just walk onto the site for free with Finka nonetheless, doing so much damage with that LMG. And it quickly went from a 5v5 to, I think it was a 4v1 at the end of the day. And yeah, Expiry playing on that Jaeger had no opportunity to rotate out as well because of TechU's position on that trophy window. So a brutal attack from Rated Gaming, and also just a weak defense coming out from Dallas Vendetta, to say the least. They're going to try a different bomb site this time around, this time heading over to the bar and gaming site. Will they be able to get anything going is the question. That is the gamble that they're here to answer.
I just like the Frost. I don't care if they win. I just want to see
I like it.
Frost Mad Kill. It's usually what you bring here on Bar Gaming. It is one of the less surprising picks alongside that smoke. Everybody else can really pick how they choose. Expiry's going to go on towards that castle with Michael William picking up that Malusi. That's a lot of sectional utility. Those castle barricades really force you to either make a lot of noise or avoid them entirely, or a combination of the two. Same with the Banshees. And they take some time on the clock as well. Doesn't hurt their case. Catboy Foz looking to just lock down this top floor. They're investing a lot of utility on the top floor to lock down library. They want to play relatively similar to how they did the previous round with that vertical control, albeit last round was a lot less successful than I was hoping.
A lot less successful, and it seems like their hold on the basement is going to be unsuccessful as well. Natural getting that bottom floor open really quickly through the help of TechU as well, and they're going to be able to get a pinch going up the blue stairs, or maybe they head up the main stairs. I'm not really sure. It seems like they want to go up these main stairs and just force their way into sight once again. TechU seems to be the person that is going to lead the way on that front. Meanwhile, Weston will actually make his way up the library stairs alternatively. So yeah, what could be a effective pinch coming in from Rated Gaming, and Dallas Vendetta are holding firm onto their spots right now. They have a little bit of utility to deal with, those Malusi Wubs, as well as some of the Jaeger ADSs inside of the site as well. But Natural taking the head off of Abstain, who was sitting inside of the stock room. He's going to be stuck in there for the rest of his life and slaving away, just trying to, stock things up as much as he can, because, well, he's not gonna survive much past that.
Rated Gaming thus far has been extremely good in terms of sectioning off this defense. They're looking to pressure in a little earlier than I would like, but Expiry up above is trying to deny that as quickly as possible. Weston sitting just outside and will actually drop Mike Williams. They drop down those blue stairs and end up falling down those blue stairs as the corpse. The swing. How do you win that fight? Catboy Foz dropping wow in chat. It was more of a meow wow combination, and I think I would echo that without the meow part, because, well, it's Expiry now in a 1 versus 5. They're about to swing him as well. There's the information. There's a 3K for Weston and a second consecutive round for Rated Gaming. Dallas Vendetta seemingly forgotten that they are playing a first-person shooter. They're not doing a lot of shooting.
Yeah, it's been tough, hasn't it? The first round wasn't a flawless one, but the second round was. However, I can call both of the attacks that Rated Gaming have had pretty much flawless, just like the previous round had stated, right? They've had no trouble with dealing with the resistance from Dallas Vendetta. It's been tough to watch from the Texas side. They have had no answer to Rated Gaming's just utility clear. They've had no response to their entry into the building. It seems like Dallas Vendetta might be playing a little bit scared. They'll try this bomb site again, but if things go the exact same way, I mean, Dallas Vendetta are showing us why they have that 0-8 record right now.
Yeah, and Rated Gaming in that same round are showing us exactly why they're 6-2 and should be a little bit higher. Albeit it's extremely difficult to get higher than the top two. They'd have to beat out its mid, and its mid has been beating everybody, including, well, Dallas Vendetta thus far. The first time, it certainly wasn't close. It was a 7-0 because they didn't actually. They play again or they were supposed to play actually last week, but that hasn't happened yet, at least as far as we are aware. So we should get that since we get some information of it. Well, on the other side, Rated Gaming have actually beaten its mid before. They're looking to do so again in a week's time. Hopefully they can pull that one off because a 7-4 finish last time was a good finish.
I mean, they aren't very mid, judging by their placement inside of the rankings. However, something that is incredibly mid is the Dallas Vendetta defenses, at least so far. I'm hoping that that trend changes. This time, a different look coming in from Rated Gaming as well, though. They're taking over from the north side of the map, over from Trophy. They could potentially be giving a little of attention towards the master bedroom as well. I love this sort of adjustment here from Rated Gaming, but this time around, not finding as much success, at least initially. TechU taking a bunch of damage before recovering a little bit of it from that Finca Adrenal Surge, and Abstain seems to be the person doing a little bit of damage for Dallas Vendetta. He's sitting inside of the site as that Jaeger, so no roaming potential here from Dallas Vendetta. No flanks as far as I can tell. Rated Gaming can sit comfortably in these positions and just grind out these gunfights and wait for Dallas Vendetta to cross into the sight lines.
Catboy is taking a decent bit of early damage as well, and this can collapse quickly. Looking to burn a lot of this utility denial on this defensive side. Everything being thrown in, including, well, bullets. Techie will drop Fuzz, and it's falling apart, to say the very least, for now the third round running. It is a 3 versus 3 now. It is brought back with that MP5 of Michael William. Good nade thrown in. It is dealt with by the ADS. No nade left over, at least not for that Finca. The Iona has one left over, but Alvin has yet to take a gunfight thus far. They are a 0-0-0 through 2.5 rounds of play, or 2 2/3, depending on the way you look at some of these rounds. But Dallas Vendetta are in their first real good position to lock out Rated Gaming. A lack of utility on the attacking side could cost them as we head into crunch time. It's the final minute of our third round, and back onto the exact same site they went to in the previous could help them out on the Dallas Vendetta side as they switched some things up, just maybe not enough.
I guess the toughest thing is that 45 seconds is plenty of time to mount an attack, especially if they can get a kill, probably within the next 15 seconds or so. Question is will they be able to do it? It seems like Rated Gaming are taking a couple seconds to get that information and wait and see what Dallas Vendetta have in store for them at the site. And down the main staircase they're going to go, and we're about to see an entry here real soon. 25 seconds remaining with Natural carrying that diffuser, and it seems like they intend to plant it inside of the gaming room. A quick pre-fire will take off the head of Distobi, who dies inside of the stock room, and that LMG is just singing now, isn't it? He's just making so much noise within the site. Alvin will win a gunfight as well as Natural, and Dallas Vendetta continue to struggle while Rated Gaming are coasting through this matchup.
Notably enough, Rated Gaming are going to actually have Alvin take a gunfight, much less win one. By the way, they're 1-0 this far in this game. It's a massive challenge for Dallas Vendetta to really control this map with the LMGs being brought in the attacking side. It was good that Weston was dealt with early, but as soon as Lude really figured out that they were pushing through, well, Dallas Vendetta were collapsed on yet again. Second round running on the exact same site, albeit a little bit more labored for the Rated Gaming side. But if you look back at the stat sheet, a W is a W, regardless of whether you have 5 players alive and the diffuser goes off, or you have 0 and it doesn't. Dallas Vendetta haven't won a round. They go down to the bottom floor to try and remedy that situation, and with a little bit more of an extended hold on the top floor as well. Expiry bringing the Oryx, looking for that movement on the defensive side. This could help them.
They needed to be a lot more dynamic here on their Roman gaming. I've been noticing that they've been a little bit stuck inside of their positions, just waiting for Rated Gaming to push on into them. If they can bring a little bit more dynamic play, if they can move around the map a little bit more freely, I feel like they can get a little bit more things going. That is the primary reason for why we are seeing the Oryx as well as the Vigil just opening up some possibilities for them on the roaming side. You can see that they intend on extending all the way up to the top floor. Now, Rated Gaming, I mean, they haven't had any trouble, clearing out these roamers. I don't think they've had any trouble in general inside of this matchup so far, if we're going to be completely honest here. We're seeing a glass for the first time from Alvin, so he's dropping the information roll and instead going to be using that sight that he has to see through some smokes, and maybe they go for a rush plant here time. It seems like that's what Rated Gaming are setting up here, especially with their wanting to get this garage wall open. It seems like it's going to be a pretty quick play from coming out from Rated Gaming.
They deal with that Electro Claw on that top floor quickly enough and are looking to push off of this. They could look with speed, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Ying goes in. They throw down that Talon shield. Smoke grenade does go in, but I don't think it's landing. It isn't. Natural still getting this diffuser down. No, they're not. It does land. The second attempt does come through. Natural will make it out with just some natural ability. Weston holding W through, looking for a kill, is going to find it down, but not the full kill. Teku holding W through that blue stairs position as well. Will find a hole and will actually find Expiry as well. Into the 2 versus 3, a team kill with a toxic babe. That is a toxic relationship you're running into there. Don't recommend that one, my friend, but they're still in a decent positioning on the defensive side. Boz in a 1 versus 2. Both players known of, not their exact.
He has yet to find a kill, and he's going to have to find 2 of them if Dallas Vendetta want any hope in hell of winning their first round. Trying to play the tight angles, but finding no damage on the other side. Eventually has to wide swing out, and Rated just spraying around with that LMG will eventually make that happen for Rated Gaming. Oh, you don't have to kick them while they're down like that, but it's been a statement that is incredibly factual, at least through their statistics so far inside of All World Gaming. Going into today's matchup, they've had a negative 24 round differential. Dallas Vendetta have been struggling, to say the least. They haven't found much success, and today doesn't seem any different, unfortunately for them. Just no momentum being established from Dallas Vendetta. Granted, Chalet tends to be a little bit more attacker-sided, but none of us would expect it to swing this far in the attack's favor.
You were talking about their round differential being poor, and past that, it hasn't been much better in terms of anything else. There's no real caveats to that 0-8 scenario. Here are some of the results that they have. They have 2 forfeit losses, 1 to Itmid and 1 to Rated Gaming. This is their second attempt at Rated Gaming. The first, of course, was that forfeit I was referring to earlier. Their best result thus far this season is a 6-8 loss to Lycus Empire. Other than that, they have 7-4 losses or worse against, in chronological order, Outlast Gaming, Goomba Gang, Lycus Empire for the second time, Outlast Academy again, and Goomba Gang again. They have 2 games remaining. This is one of them, and the other one is against the number 1 rated Itmid, who thus far have a plus 32 differential, are 7-1, and the only game they've lost is to yours truly, Rated Gaming, which conveniently are in 2nd position.
It seems like Outlast, talking a little bit on that point as well, Outlast Academy and Goomba Gang is going to be our last matchup of the night if you're going to be sticking around. It seems like we are barreling our way towards that matchup, but if Dallas Vendetta can put up any sort of a fight, force another overtime, then I would be completely satisfied with that for the team. But right now, it just seems that Rated Gaming have a vice grip on this matchup. They are doing a little bit of droning. They seem to have these roam clears pretty well practiced out, with Alvin going back to that information role, just so well coordinated amongst this team, and really leaving Dallas Vendetta with nowhere to hide, right? They have all of these strategic sort of roams, right? They've set themselves up on the top floor, but just some of the pieces aren't there for this squad. They just have struggled mightily throughout this matchup, and I just have full belief that it's because Rated Gaming are just absolutely pushing the pace and leaving Dallas Vendetta in a point of discomfort. They can't really sit anywhere, and that is what their defense is heavily predicated on.
comfort is anything but. We are not a hotel. This is a competitive league, unfortunately, not for the Dallas side. Rated Gaming are pushing this one, and with a little bit more speed than even I was expecting, especially in the previous round. That was quick, to say the very least. They're looking to take some control in towards Piano. There is a flank coming behind. It is dealt with and pushed away, but the kill does not come through notably enough. They're looking to hold W in towards this closet position. Do they swing the smoke? They do. Oh, no, it's just... That's the Lamai down. It is traded back by Expiry on that Jaeger. Now they actually have to clear out the smoke, who is sitting in Solarium. Expiry, however, with a double, is looking good for the team, and then dies. Okay.
He gets felled pretty quickly, and you have 2 members remaining that are owning a donut, and then you have the smoke of Michael William, who, by the way, has already wasted most of them. Abstain isn't going to find an opportunity to get his first kill on the board either, as he gets felled by that frag grenade. Foz won't be finding that opportunity either. It all comes down to Michael William. He tries to push through that frag grenade and play the close angle, but it has to be said he doesn't have that great of a chance. That being said, it was a great way to initiate things for himself, but quick trades come out from Rated Gaming, and they are up 5-0 inside of this matchup here, and it seems like this one might be over quickly.
I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one. As much as I'd love to disagree with you, Santos, you know I do. That is about as factual of a statement as things can get thus far. 5-0 through 5 rounds of play. Dallas Vendetta have made, 2 rounds close? One of them was just a chaos round where you don't expect to keep everybody alive. The other one, well, not much closer than that. Rated are taking control, and quickly so. Dallas Vendetta, the roam is being snuffed out with quick succession time after time. Expiry, yeah, good double kill, but the over-aggression costs you. Why push in a 4 versus 3? You don't need that top floor control when you have the man advantage. You can play off of site and then collapse back into it, forcing Rated Gaming into the uncomfortable situation. That was not the case. That's what cost them. Red Gaming are going to bring a relatively similar comp to what we've seen in rounds prior, and as the kids say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Their attack is anything but broken. There's a singular player below 1.0 in terms of KD. That's Alvin, who's 1 and 2, and that's not a very large sample size in terms of it. Massive control taken and massive control won here for Rated Gaming. Dallas Vendetta are up against the ropes, and unfortunately they don't have that Muhammad Ali 2-step to get the heck out of Dodge.
Oh man, it doesn't seem like you're going to be able to bob and weave their way back into this matchup, right? You have Natural playing on the Blackbeard, which is an absolute disaster on its own, but a well-timed swing will buy Abstain his first kill. He, after many different rounds of just pain and anguish, will finally find a kill. That being said, he's currently sitting at 1 and 5, so yeah, not much improvement yet. You're still expecting some production from Foz as well. You're getting the compliments out from Teku, but it doesn't really mean anything for your team. It is a empty victory, to say the least, for Dallas Vendetta, unless they can put at least 1 round on the board here. Alvin intending to enter things. You mentioned that he was 1 and 2. He's playing the perfect operator to try and fix that up. He's going to be playing on that Twitch. Obviously, that F2 is a force to be reckoned with. I have a feeling he's going to change that scoreline very soon, especially with Silence position. It seems like we're setting up for this execute.
I'm going to push this quickly. Weston in a good position to push through 45. I don't think this is being dealt with. They're not watching it. They have no idea on the attacking side that Weston's taking control here. Abstain is in an awkward position to deal with this. There's a swing. Weston actually may fall here. Is low, but does not die. Abstain. There's no way you lose that gunfight up against a completely unsuspecting Weston, who, by the way, is 10 and 2, a 5.0 KD through 5.5 rounds of play. Good positioning overall here for Rated Gaming, but they have to get the diffuser in towards sight. There's a swing down. Natural lucky to be alive.
No
Somehow
way.
is still. That rifle shield keeps him up. The 1-for-1 trade as Alvin does drop Foz, but Expiry brings one back onto the Finca. No adrenal surge is left over, but site control has now been taken, and that top floor control means very little to nothing in terms of this gunfire, which is not going the way of the Dallas Vendetta. Natural swinging through 45, trying to clear out that fireplace control that Dallas Vendetta still has. There's the swing, there's the kill. Destobi in a 1 versus 3. There's the swing, he dies as well. Weston will remove him like a skeet shot out of midair. He falls to the ground like a sack of potatoes, as do Dallas Vendetta's chances of picking up this map. 6-0, the first 1/2 split.
Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the first half split. Okay. 6-0 the fir like you said, 6-0. I'm looking at some things from Dallas Vendetta, right? Some things to be critical of, aside from everything, because, well, they didn't do much of anything right inside of that last split, but now they're on what is thought to be the stronger side on Chalet. Can they prevent the 7-0, or will their negative 24 round differential, which sounds ugly already, turn into negative 31? And I'm hoping it doesn't, because, putting my biases aside, I just hate to see a team so far down in the dumps like Dallas Vendetta is. That being said, I don't think it's going to happen here tonight. Rated Gaming have had a just absolute grip on this matchup. They've had little to no mistakes, and the few kills that Dallas Vendetta have been able to force for themselves have come off the back of just some pretty ratty peaks, right? That Maverick peak from last round is something that stuck out to me, but I'm also looking for Foz to integrate himself a little bit inside of this matchup. What that last round told me when he was, lurking around over towards the kitchen hallway is that he is not that well integrated into this team's defenses, right? He was kind of ratting around, waiting for a kill to pop off, and no opportunity to present himself. He's playing an integral operator this time around. He's playing on that Sophia. He needs to be a part of this Dallas Vendetta attack, but the mean spawn peaks coming through from TechU will not only kill Expiry, but he's also going to down Dystobi as well. Goodness gracious time, this has been ugly.
He says, wish I got both. He actually did. Well, almost both, at least. There's the second attempt at it. Fool me one time, shame on you, my friend. The second time almost put the blame on you. Foz in a decent position. By the way, Dallas Vendetta, if you're looking at their KDs as a team, are 12 and 31.
Ouch.
For all of you mathematicians out there, that is a bad KD. It's about a 0.4. Yeah, that's not great. It is brought back by a singular kill. Dystobi, who was low HP, does remove TechU's face for their early transgressions. That quick round peak is shut down later on, but the damage has already been done now on both sides. Both teams have a kill against them and about 50 health damage. Dystobi a little bit more than that, but in the grand scheme of things, 2 bullets is 2 bullets. Any way they land, they're still lethal.
Michael William making his way into the office. You can see the attention that was given towards the office side with all of the bullet holes there, or all of the shotgun holes, excuse me, just opening up a couple of different sight lines and affording yourself that flexibility. But Natural, not feeling any of that flexibility at all. He was getting shot at from a million different angles and will eventually be felled. So Dallas Vendetta with a solid start to this attacking side. Yes, they lost a player pretty early, and losing a Finka is never a good situation, but they've made the most of it, and now they are right back into at least this round. You have the room clear coming around to try and clear out anyone that is sitting inside of the main stairs, but Lude Silent will shut that down immediately. Abstain goes down, and, well, he struggled throughout this so far. Dystobi's going to go down as well. That DMR is most certainly singing. It all comes down to Foz in a 3v1. They also have the potential opportunity to pick up Alvin as well, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Medic! Come and help him. Foz is going to need a little bit of help inside of this round. The GGs are already coming out in chat, and yeah, I have to completely agree. This peak is just absolutely nasty, and unfortunately, Foz isn't going to be getting anything. Neither is Dallas Vendetta. They fall 7-0. Rated Gaming was disgusting in this match.
That was gross.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. A 4K with the Mark 14. Wow. If that doesn't add insult to injury and a now 31 round deficit for Dallas Vendetta, I don't know what would. 0-9 thus far in a double round robin with 5 teams to play against. They have a singular game left up against the number 1 ranked. It's mid. I'm no statistician nor mathematician. I do like to bring up statistics every so often, Santos. I'm not liking their odds.
I don't disagree. Their odds, there's always a saying where like the house always wins, and right now it seems like Dallas Vendetta is just losing every single gamble that they put in. The house is winning every single transaction there. the problem that I'm seeing from Dallas is that they can't even win their ones, right? It's like something that you expect to be able to do at this level of play. After that, if your executes aren't on point, then fine, hey ho ho hum, whatever. But you're not even winning your ones, man. Like that was tough, and frankly, not a bright, not a bright. The star that represents Dallas Vendetta is not shining very bright tonight.
Now, before we let you go for our break between maps 1 and 2, at least for our segment, I have 2 more unfortunate statistics for you. Number 1, Dallas Vendetta had 14 total kills in that match. That's an average of 2 every round. It wasn't great, to say the very least. And the final one is that map was 7 rounds and took 24 minutes, including each and every pick phase, prep phase, and the operator ban phase. There were some quick attacks on that side. It was bad. No beating around the bush. Rated played extremely well. I rate it, to say the very least, but we're going to take a break. When we come back, it's the final game of the night. Don't go anywhere.
Shut up and sit down.
Welcome back, everybody, to All World Gaming. It is our final match of the night between Outlast Academy and Goomba Gang. My name is Santos, and I got Time to Light with me, who is apparently a data scientist in his spare time. But Time, what do you think about this final matchup that we have on the board today?
There's a lot on the line for actually 3 teams. We only have 2 playing, but a third has now gotten their way into this one. That third, by the way, is Lycus Academy that need to have this one go the way of Goomba Gang. Notably enough, Goomba Gang have to win this. Outlast cannot, because Lycus ended up forfeiting up against, I believe, Rated. They actually, no, they lost to Rated. As I look at my notes, they forfeited another game at some other point. That was to Goomba Gang. So, Goomba Gang have to win this because Goomba Gang has been cleared of Outlast. Now, Goomba Gang has been cleared of Lycus. There's a lot of teams in here. It's a lot of statistics. TLDR, Outlast need to lose this and lose up against Lycus for Lycus to make playoffs. Since Lycus ended up forfeiting, they're down on 5 points compared to 6 that Outlast is in. Both teams have 3 wins, but both are also at 3 and 5. Outlast need to win this, they make playoffs, or they can beat Lycus in their next meeting, and then either team that wins that makes playoffs. I'd have to favor Outlast overall, but in this game, I may take Goomba Gang.
So, I mean, just to, dial all of that down into a very succinct statement that doesn't leave my head spinning. If you are a Lycus fan, I believe you want Goomba Gang to win. But frankly, Time to Light, I am 100% confused. I'm pretty sure that succinct statement kind of solves it all. If Outlast win either of the next 2 matchups, they make the playoffs. Goomba Gang, I'm pretty sure, if you're a Lycus Empire fan, for sure, you want them in. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very interesting matchup that we have here today with a lot on the line, and I'm hoping that it produces a banger of a game. And I mean, I'm looking forward to the map that we're going to be presenting to you all as well. Time, there's just a lot to be celebrated here in this last matchup of the night. This is going to be, you know what, I'm manifesting it. After that brutal 7-0 that we just watched, I'm manifesting a good game here. Like, prayers up to the siege gods.
I am meditating to manifest for you. Quick note for all of you who have been watching either this, Genesis, or even DAL. We have a fun announcement. There is a fun end of the spring tournament between all 3. We have our note here, quote, there will be an invitational event where the top 4 teams come back to compete for a little bit more money and a lot more fame because it's all 3 leagues compared to just a singular one. Now, notably, if there is a team that replicates a top 4 finish between any of these 4 leagues, there's probably going to be a 5th team brought in based off of merit. We'll keep an eye on that one. Keep an eye on Twitter. Keep an eye in the Discord. Do ! Discord, or just find the Nightbot command. It runs every 5 minutes or so. You'll see it. Join the All World Gaming Discord. You'll find the announcement as well, or go join the Genesis Gaming or DAL Discord. They're also cool. They're part of this. Go involve them as well. That's it for that announcement. Keep an eye for the invitational event, though. I want to be a part of that, both to just watch how the top 12 teams will do, maybe top 13, depending, or really just to see how well it will go.
I'm also putting my name out there for this event as well, just in case, you want to bring us in, because, you can see the eyebrow twitch. We would love to cast those games for you, but we also have a game to cast right now between, as I've said, Outlast Academy and Goomba Gang. I mean, there's a lot to be had between these 2 teams. We already talked about the playoff implications, but these are 2 of the teams that have sort of standed out in times or inside of All World Gaming, and I am I'm ready for what we're going to be seeing here tonight. We're just waiting on a couple of players to get back into the lobby and making sure all of their mosses are going and things like that, but we're going to be sending it in here very shortly. We love moss around here. We also hope that they're we're also hoping that they do their skin checks as well. Time.
Yes, we've talked about this. Go check your skins. For all of you wondering what skins are available, by the way, quick shout out to Ferme. Really runs things to help everybody out in T3 and is the Challenge League producer. Awesome dude. Go check his Twitter. Scroll for a little bit. I think it was April 15th when he put out that tweet. Go figure out what skins are available because we don't feel like rehosting. Now, notably, we haven't in a while. I'm knocking on wood right now because we haven't rehosted for skins in a little while, nor have we had to cancel rounds or get TKs since, I think, the previous calendar year. But one can be hopeful. Quickly, though, let's take a look at map bans while we wait for Moss to be functional. Where will we head? The answer not Chalet.
It's not Chalet. I don't think this is the map bans that we are looking for. But you know, I think we spoil it, right?
Bank.
I think we are
Here we go.
going to be heading over to Bank. There it is, coming in from Gooba Gang, picking attack on Bank. I mean, it's been ages time since the last time I've casted Bank. Hopefully I can go in there and make a little bit of a withdrawal because I'm a little rusty. I'm not gonna lie to you, but it's gonna be fun to get the gears turning once again as we head back on. So, what is a legacy map inside of Siege?
It's been here for a while. Unfortunately, not long enough in competitive play. It's been recently re-added. Not as recent as some of our other maps, including Skyscraper, by the way, which I want to see more of. Skyscraper's always fun to watch, especially in the Tier 3 level, where some teams like to run around like chickens with their heads cut off and rifles in hand. Others have full set strats from vertical play. It's satisfying to see both in their own rights. Hibana ban on Bank. That's a little bit more of an intriguing one, I have to say. Not many hatches to deal with, at least not on the top 2 floors, but the bottom floor is a difficulty to deal with the hatches not removed. So, well, that's why it's banned. I'm sorry. Do you see it? Do you see this?
Yeah. Oh, no, I see that correctly for sure. And I think the big reason as to why we are seeing this very interesting ban and not a mirror ban coming out as well, but to touch on that smoke ban, the big reason as to why you are banning out the smoke is because there are obviously, the default plan sites, and there are defaults for a reason, right? Especially on Bank, it's not really safe to go anywhere else and try to plant them in other places. It's really just your best case scenario is to go plant in those default spots. Otherwise, you are much more better off trying to go get kills, especially on Bank. On other maps, you can try to make it work, but Bank is one of those maps that you're like kind of pressed for cover, especially in plant spots. So, I mean, that is the big reason maybe why you're seeing smoke. It could also be a target ban as well. And then no mirror ban, that's an interesting one as well.
I'm still questioning the mirror ban. Mirror is one of the more banned operators in all of R6, much less here in AWG. I'm a little surprised Mira's not out, but with Mira being on the board, obviously, Nightmare is going to bring it, and for a good reason. By the way, I love the way they spelled Nightmare. It's, I used to run under the name Night. Can you believe that one? It was a terrible name, but it was funny. It was Nightknight, like darkness, and then night.
Yeah, the Dark Knight.
Terrible name. I kept being called Nightlight, and then I switched to Light Night, and I continue to be called Nightlight, so... now I'm just time delayed. TLDR of how I named it. So.
That's actually kind of interesting. I wish you didn't have terrible gamer tags, but then again, I've been running around in Santos for as long as I can remember, and sometimes I have a little bit of insecurities as far as my nickname goes. Like, maybe I want to rebrand things in that nature, but I suppose you're not here to hear me talk about my rebrand, right? You're here to watch some Siege and potentially hear us analyze a couple of things. I don't know. It seems like a top floor sort of clear here coming out from Gooba Gang, just making sure that they're crossing their T's, dotting their I's is one that you love to use a lot. But yeah, they're going to have to deal with this Warden that's playing on the blue stairs, which is an operator that you expect to see in that position, especially nowadays. I think Blackson was one of the first people to do it, but Warden is a great operator to have in that position. Meanwhile, you also have some pressure coming down the main stairs as well.
I'm looking at how Outlast is trying to lock this down in terms of a roam, and I really don't see one. Now, a turtle strat on the bottom floor is not completely out of the question. If you'd like to see a little bit of a roam to delay a team as quick as Goomba Gang, you can't give them a lot of time on the clock to push as they please, and that seems to be the call thus far. Perplexed already looking down quickly enough. The Mira has been found out, and well, in tandem, they will back the heck out. Don't take fights with Miras, kids. It won't go your way, even with not a mirror on the other side. It really doesn't matter. Nightmare's trying to set up a C4 through this thing. You can see them directly below, just waiting, apparently wanting to die. Luckily does not, and luckily for them, they are going to make it out alive.
No pressure down blue so far. The primary form of pressure has been through that main stairs, but I think the thing that I'm having a little bit of trouble with from Goomba Gang is the fact that they have yet to clear out this shield on blue. Now people are trying to turn their attention over towards this blue side. There goes the shield, but the Warden is going to win that fight every day, despite how strong LMGs are right now. You can't really contest with any buckshot. Spudsack will find a double on this round as well. The nade is going to be far too late to catch catch anyone slipping, I'm sure that the Warden has made his way all the way back down, or he could potentially continue to play in this position with the limited amount of HP that he has. He'll find a triple kill on the round. No ability to clear out this blue stairs is costing Goomba Gang so brutally. Yes, a frag grenade kill will reclaim Spud Sack, but he's already done so much damage here for Outlast Academy.
Strong to say the very least here for Outlast. 4 versus 2. K2 swinging in, looking the wrong way at the worst possible time. Into the 1 versus 4. There's one. Shotgun out. Will not find the second. Some friendly fire, at least between the two Spaniards. The Mira closes things out. The reason we highlight her, she's that strong. High fire rate, decent bit of damage.
Yep.
The Vector's nuts. Goomba Gang, they fall in round number 1. Outlast Academy. They take some control, albeit it is the bottom floor. And now they're headed to open area. This is a curveball for Goomba Gang to deal with.
Usually you would see the top floor bomb site, that being the offices upstairs, but this time, like you said, we are going to be seeing the open area. I love the pulse pick on open area as well, considering how much of that floor is soft. You also have a great deal of soft floors inside of the kitchen area as well for anyone that wants to play around there. This Nitro Cell play is going to be huge if you can get it going for Outlast Academy, and I mean, otherwise, if that Nitro Cell doesn't land true, you're going to find yourself very down bad in terms of gunfighting, right? You have 2 UMPs on the board. This utility play has to be perfect here from Outlast. You need to be able to find the singular Nitro Cell kill, or you need to be playing off of that information perfectly. Otherwise, Goomba Gang has potential to run through this. Now, I'm sure that they weren't expecting this curveball. You expect to see that second floor bomb site, as I've said, but it's not going to be easy for Outlast, especially if they can't get any conversions on their utility kills.
I've had conversations about different things being brought compared to meta between different games, notably in Valorant, where people decide to bring weird agents, but, this isn't Valorant. Notably, still applicable. Something different is not always something bad. It can be something very positive for a team as long as they take massive control of it early enough. Goomba Gang, on the other side, can shut this down quickly and forced Outlast into a more standard, uniform way of play. I would like to see both things happen, no one more than the other, because, well, unbiased caster here, unlike Mr. Dallas Vendetta over here. But Goomba Gang, I think, can initiate a lot of control with a round win here and force Outlast back to the uniform way of play. If they pull that one off, they're going to be in a great position, the attacking side of Bank, no less.
First of all, Time, I think I managed my bias pretty
Yes,
well,
you did.
and don't let it show inside of my casting, at least as much to the best of my ability. But yeah, I mean, what we can say about Dallas Vendetta is absolutely nothing. That was terrible coming out from them. Much less terrible play we're seeing here from Goomba Gang and Outlast Academy. Perplexed is taking a little bit of pressure coming in from that pulse, but expects the swing coming out from Spudsack. He's playing these Osa Talon shields perfectly. The question is, will they be able to find this conversion and pinch onto the castle playing inside the elevators? They are surrounding him. He is in a brutal position, but he makes his way down to the basement and lives to fight another day. I'm loving the survivability that we're seeing from Outlast, right? We have Spudsack being able to rotate home with no absolute pressure coming in from squares. So I think Outlast Academy are playing the long game here, and that's going to benefit them greatly in the long run. The vertical destruction now beginning for Goomba Gang. With a minute remaining, you're managing your time pretty well.
Decent ground gained, but I don't think enough with the control now taken from Outlast. C4 goes in, it will land far away from whoever was peeking. That seemed to be Perplex, who actually finds the kill, using that 5.56.11 for a lot of control, and actually a second kill as well. Messiah removing their teammate, but it may not matter. 3 versus 2. As the castle and Wamai still up and very much alive here on the defensive side. Wamai somehow not hitting any of those shots other than maybe one onto K2, who's only down to about 95 health, not dealt with quickly enough, and now the information should be there. Spudsack, however, on the flank does remove Perplex, so down goes that Osa. The 5.56.11 now off the board. That's a massive weapon to be removed early enough in this round. So is that UMP. 1 versus 1. The SC3000K will fall. The MP5K comes out on top of both duels. The long-range one up against the L8 and Talon, and, well, removing the 0, closing things out. Outlast, throw the curveball. Goomba Gang with entirely 2-0 Outlast Academy.
That flank from Spudsack was huge. The inability to clear out Spudsack, playing on that castle, ultimately bit them in the butt. It allowed them It allowed Spudsack the opportunity to rotate all the way through main and all the way through paper, just to make his way, do a little stroll around the map, and eventually find his way into the back line of Goomba Gang. Yes, the response kills were there, but it was also perfect sight play coming in from Hidoi to really buy Outlast Academy that round. They played that to an absolute T. Goomba Gang are now down 0-2, going into the site that they were probably expecting to see inside of that last round. It is going to be the CEO office. Now, the key to winning this bomb site out is obviously getting that window control and then eventually making your way and opening the A wall. You can actually see that there is a horizontal hole probably preventing anyone from really entering into square. I love this sort of setup. It's a little bit of a curveball from what I'm used to, but I think Outlast Academy can make it work. Now, if you're Goomba Gang, you need to buy yourself a round win here.
5 seconds left.
Fortunately, they're not up for purchase in the R6 store, but one thing that is are your R6 share skins. Go purchase some R6 share skins, support whatever your favorite organization is. They're cool. I've made some cool skins, and go buy them. I bought the Astralis skin, because, you know,
Shout out
Astralis
Red
fan,
Cube.
plus-
Shout out
yeah.
shout out Henry. Yeah.
Yeah, Henry, I'm a massive Astralis fan, and CS, when they came into R6, I was like, that, so I'm happy that they're performing well in the NAL season. They're going to the major, as am I. I'm happy to watch both. I'm actually going to be watching both majors from Charlotte, CS and R6 in the exact same spot. But, as I digress, the teams will not. They're still pushing on. Notably, Goomba Gang doing their best to clear out a lot of this utility on the top floor, but that is much easier said than done, and just to prove it for you, Santos, I just said it and they haven't done it yet.
Bomb located by attackers.
Let's see if you cast your curse their way into completing said objective, because apparently that's all we do around here. We cast our curse probably more than most other R6 casters, but I don't know what that says about her merit or what have you, but nonetheless, Outlast seem to have a pretty good hold on the site so far. They are extending a little bit into square. No peeks coming through just yet. You have Tomato sitting inside of Janitor. He has some safety behind him, using those 2 reinforcements to the best of his ability. He also has an ability to get back into sight if he so chooses, but he's not going to be able to do so. He's going to get his head taken off by Sleekly. That is the risk that you run having a rotation that, you know, wide open and exposed to the windows. You are going to get your head taken off if you are not wary of the defender's position. Spudsack is going for this refrag, but with the control that Goomba Gang have over square, I have a feeling that the trades are going to come through. Hidoi going down as well. You also catch Nightmare on the flank. It's a 5v2. You give away your position as well if you are Spudsack, and Perplex can pre-aim that all the way through. The diffuser, meanwhile, is going down from Slickly, so what goes from bad eventually turns worse for Outlast. Eventually, Spudsack finds a kill onto Talon, and he's trying to find a couple of more, but it won't happen for him. Goomba Gang will win that round and put themselves on the board finally.
Solidifyingly so as well. That was just cruel for this Goomba Gang side. I don't know what Outlast was trying to do there. I mean, I know what Outlast was trying to do, but I don't know how they were trying to do it. It just didn't seem like they had the information to work off of. Yeah, you had the pulse scanner on the board, and Valkyrie being on the board, you probably should have brought. I don't know about that call. To say the very least, it was a questionable one. Diffuser going down early, a lot of the top floor control taken quickly enough from Goomba Gang. They cleared out a lot of that utility. And it was easier said than done, but they did it nonetheless. Good attacking around overall from the Goomba Gang, something we missed on both the bottom and middle floors. Now, as we head back to the bottom floor, Mira is back on that board, and notably the Echo is as well. It is a run of more unique operators on the defensive side, as Thorn is also being brought. This is certainly, I'd say, a new one as a combination on the defensive side.
I agree. You have the Mira and the Echo, and I you know, it's interesting how Thorn is brought to the meta, right? You can obviously run her around and throw those razor blooms around the map and get information that way. You can also opt to play Thorn in more of an anchor fashion, where you put her on the site and just throw those razor blooms at high points of contact to, you know, put a little bit of pressure on the attacking side. But this, as well as the bomb site that we just saw, that being the second floor, this is a bomb site that depends heavily on how well your anchors are able to play it. So Lunac and Nightmare are the 2 operators, or the 2 players that I'm going to be keeping my eye on through this round, because Nightmare's Nitro Cell is going to be huge if Goomba Gang decide to go for a blue plant, as well as those Echo drones. If Lunac can't find a kill, I'm hoping that he finds a little bit of usage coming in from those yokai drones. Otherwise, well, I mean, we can talk about unique operators all we want, but it doesn't make a difference if you're getting fragged to Kingdom Come time.
On the other side of that, I like the diversity of abilities here on the attacking side. You have the Hard Breach utility for K2, along with the Hard Breacher of Slickly. He also has that Soft Breach that Talon shares, who also has the nades that Messiah shares. And then Perplexed has the Talon shields and the smoke. That was mainly just an entwinement of Talon's name and the Talon shields. Overall, the attacking side looks good with what they're bringing. Everybody has something that somebody else does. Notably, Perplexed really only has something that somebody else shares a name with, but, you know, I digress. 4 versus 5. Why is it 4 versus 5? I was very confused. I was like, wait, did I miss a kill? No, I didn't.
Nobody's dead.
Yeah, I was so confused. I looked at the top of the screen for like the first time, at least where it says 4 versus 5, and it's not 4 versus 5. Thank you, Ubisoft. Appreciate it.
Visual glitches in Siege. We love it so. A lot of destruction happening here from the attacking side. Eventually able to get the control of the red hatch as well. All the hatches, all of the hard floorings are being dealt with swiftly. That being said, Spudsack is playing the position that we applauded him for earlier inside of this matchup. It was round 1 where he found a triple kill on that Warden just playing the blue stairs to the best of his ability. Question is, do they know that Messiah has made his way into the backline as well? If he can slip through Garage unnoticed, that is going to be hellish for any of the players that are sitting inside of that position. But 45 seconds remain and no major ingrowns coming into the site so far, but Messiah will eventually find one. That is Lunik asleep at the wheel. He was pre-aiming someone towards the main stairs, not expecting Messiah to just stroll on by and take off his head. 30 seconds remaining here. Nightmare is going to be the next person that tries to speak on through, but things are going from bad to worse from Outlast, and 30 seconds remaining. They have less bodies to get an execute going, but that kill coming in from Hidoy is huge. Slickly is getting that diffuser down, and time, we're going to find ourselves in the post-fight.
Thorn does not find anything. That Shell finds nothing but ground gain. A good swing from Perplex does take out that Warden. Oh, and Messiah with a triple kill, removing Hidoy. The knock is just better. FMG9 is overall the best gun in the game. I will not be taking questions nor criticism because I am well aware that I'm wrong in the eyes of everybody else that plays Rainbow Six Siege. But personal opinions are personal opinions, and the FMG9 intertwined with the lack of audio cues given over on knock, and the explosives in the back pocket, those being those nades. A very effective combination, especially up against players that like to use sound to the fullest extent possible. Outlast Academy weren't able to, and with 2 very clean swings, the FMG9 finds 2 very now dead heads. Goomba Gang ties right back.
It all comes down to the operators that I was talking about, the anchors from last round. We're just unaware of the fact that, well, and how are you going to be aware, right? Messiah playing that knock to an absolute T. How are you going to be aware of the fact that, well, you're getting pushed in the back from a silencer wielding FMG9? You really have no answer for that. I feel for Lunik inside of that position, but nonetheless, the refrags were not there as well. You lose 2 of your biggest anchors inside of that last round. This time around, the anchors won't be as crucial as we're heading into the open area, so it all comes down to just your control of the map. But this is another bomb site where they found a lot of success, and it came down to Spudsack going on the flank inside of that second round. Will he be able to get that going again is the question. He almost got cat out when he came to the top of the blue stairs. So Goomba Gang have been very thorough in terms of getting their information. It's just the fact that, well, sometimes they aren't able to execute on it, but I have a feeling this time around they'll be watching for Spudsack's flanks, excuse me.
Open area being a site here is a little bit different for Outlast. That's a nice little mechanic, by the way, for all of you who wondering how to better use the Talon shield in the ranked games. You can throw it inside of doors without actually throwing it inside of doors, and, well, it opens them wide open, takes much less time to melee them, and overall less sound cues and ability for defense to come back at you. Perplex is very safe behind their Talon shield. Head peeking over, though, a little less safe. Threatening peeks from both sides. Everybody's still very much alive in these situations, though. Talon trying to change that.
Talon and Messiah are pinching onto Lunik very quickly. The drone work is there from Slickly as well. If Lunik isn't watching out for his positions, he could potentially be the victim of a wallbang, but nothing being found just yet. He also has a Thunderbird talent, or a Thunderbird station to give him a little bit more health. The Kona station is the word I was looking for, but that being said, some very threatening aura being brought in from Talon and Messiah. If Lunik can time out this peak, though he is eventually going to be able to find one of these defenders. He is holding a crucial position and currently sitting at 0-4.
No
This is
way.
a perfect time to lift him outside of this donut that he's carrying. He hasn't fallen yet, time.
They didn't drone him. They missed the drone.
Oh,
they think he's
no.
vacated the premises. Lunik is in a perfect position to deal with this inside of the office, looking to push straight back the other way in towards Archives, but I think they've given away the sound cue. Messiah, the sound cue may not matter. The long line of sight from that exact same player I was talking about, that's Lunik on the long angle in through the Archives window. There is the Finka Adrenal Surge on the far side to resurrect that Finka who had fallen, and now Lunik is made aware of. The spray through does not hit, but the information's still there for the attacking side. They have to clear out this Thunderbird and be able to push through off of it. Talon holding a good angle and will actually take that kill finally enough. Slickly looking to put that diffuser down behind the kitchen island, and they may be able to do so. Perplexed removing Nightmare. That is a nightmare for Outlast, who are now in a 2 versus 4 in the retake.
40 seconds remaining, and the gunfire is certainly ringing true. Messiah has the primary overwatch over the bomb. Talon eventually finds Hedoi on the backline, so it comes down to Spudsack, who is sitting inside of the site. A valiant effort with the AOMP will find Perplexed, but will he be able to find any more is the question. Slickly, unfortunately, not able to pick up the kill. That buys Spudsack just a little bit more time to try and win this out. He also has a Kona station right in front of him, but when you have to deal with these Talon shields, that is probably the most tough thing to do inside of Siege. The crossfire was also there from the soft wall, and we are singing Goomba Gang's praises. That was a very well executed round coming in from Goomba Gang, limiting the amount of damage that Lunik was able to pull off inside of the ticketing office, and well, Goomba Gang are able to win out their 3rd round in a row. Outlast Academy looking for answers, and they're hoping they can find it upstairs with all the books inside of the CEO office.
You ready for a terrible name pun?
Go for it.
So Spud, while pushing back into the site to try and get on the diffuser,
Defenders,
was
protect your
shooting
bombs
at
from being
Messiah,
defused by attackers.
but Messiah had a Talon shield between him and Spud, while Talon was also shooting at Spud from a different angle. The Uno reverse card placed down by Goomba Gang, shoot at the Talon shield to get shot at by Talon. 3-2 for the Goomba Gang, picking up really from nothing. A 2-0 deficit is what they faced early on, yet they've brought it right back, and a good set of attacking rounds for this attacking side is exactly what they needed to start to build up some momentum and force Outlast for the first time, by the way, to play the top 4 and without C4s on the board. C4s plural, at least. You have one on Spud, but not a lot of information to play off of. All you have are those Wamais to deny utility. You have the Evil Eyes to give you that information to possibly throw a C4 from below. But past that, it's a guessing game and maybe a game that you can play by ear. Quite literally.
Yeah, you can play it by ear by using those the deployable alarms to try and give you a little bit more information and potentially give you a little bit of an indication as to where you want to throw that nitro cell. But yeah, for the most part, time, I have to agree with you. It is incredibly blind if Spudsack decides to play that nitro cell in a vertical manner. He can sit on the site and play it horizontally, meaning that he sits maybe somewhere in CEO and tries to long arm that, throw, but it's a little bit of a tough throw to make, right? He's not Tom Brady. Nightmare taking so much damage, and for what reason to pick up one of those rip packs? And I have a feeling it's not worth it. Maybe you buy yourself a little bit of wiggle room inside of a gunfight. Messiah making his way into the stock room already with Perplex pushing behind. You lose Tomato inside of the janitor's closet again. This is a perfect situation for Goomba Gang to try and get this plant down. You lose some information as well. Oh, I love that zero cam as well. Just some great execution coming in from Goomba Gang. They have all the information in the world to make this work. Question is, will the execution be there?
Bomb located by attackers.
Hedoi sitting here inside of Long Desk. You have Nightmare and Lunik trying to watch the backline as well. Spudsack trying to make his way up Banana, but all of the control in the world is there for Goomba Gang.
Apologies for that. I was muted. Sorry about that. But me being muted aside, Outlast Academy on this defensive side are now in a good position. That was timing, by the way. Messiah could have gotten a very easy kill. Unfortunately, timing got the better of them. Perplexed a good swing, does remove Lunik. Rook is now dead, and 0-6 through our first 6 rounds of play. Talon from that window does find one, but into the 3 versus 2. Spud no longer with that diffuser in hand. Hedoi in a good position to deal with this push, but it's a multi-dimensional push, so K2 can catch them off guard from these spiral stairs, looking to just pull them It may not have to come through. It doesn't. Perplex finds one. Talon removing Hedoi for yet another round. Goomba Gang extend their lead to 2 and take the first half 4-2 in that same right.
Notably as well, it's 4 straight round wins there for Goomba Gang, and they go on to the stronger side here on Bank. They head into their defensive half. Oh, please lock in the Doc Talon. I want to see how you use this operator. But yeah, 4 rounds in a row for Goomba Gang. All of the momentum in the world is in their favor. Outlast Academy are going to be searching for answers. Like we said in the pre-show, this match is huge for Outlast Academy. You cannot afford to lose this out. So yeah, how much of a fight are you going to be able to put up is the biggest question. It's I'm loving the setup that we're seeing from Goomba Gang, right? Using a castle to block off the long sight lines, or at least one of the long sight lines through that double doorway. I love this castle pick, and I feel like it would have helped Goomba Gang or Outlast Academy on their defensive side, right? You're limiting the amount of damage that they can do, the attacking side can do through those windows, which are crucial here on this top floor. I'm loving the adjustment that we're seeing from Goomba Gang.
The other side, Outlast Academy haven't adjusted much. They've lost 4 rounds in a row, really haven't shown a lot for it. Yeah, a couple of rounds have been close, but not as close as they probably should be. These 3 versus 1s, 2 versus 1s on occasion just are not going to go their way when they're not winning their 1v1s. That's sometimes how the cookie crumbles. I need to stop talking. But Goomba Gang need to continue to win these rounds, take some control. Outlast Academy, they lose this, they're forced into a match up against Lycus, where the winner goes to the playoffs, the loser goes home early, and a premature exodus from the All World Gaming Season 3. Not too exciting for either of these teams.
Somebody had to get eliminated. We are answering that question as we speak. 2 minutes and 15 seconds, not a lot of control being established for Outlast. They're mainly doing their due diligence and finding that information game. But as we mentioned, the window control absolutely crucial here for the top floor spot, or the top floor site especially. You have all of the repels coming through, just trying to find a Goomba Gang member slipping, and I have a feeling, well, it's not really going to work out for you, is it? Messiah with a perfect peek onto Nightmare, limiting the amount of damage that he can do. He had those frag grenades. Maybe he tries to enter in through the bottom floor and use the vertical nade to buy them an advantage, but nonetheless, Goomba Gang up a member, and I have a feeling they can push that on through, especially with the aggressive peaks coming in from Outlast.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
I was muted again. I need to stop.
Rep!
Outlast, it was only 4 seconds. It's okay, not the end of the world. Outlast Academy, with 4 alive, by the way, with a disadvantage yet again. Can't afford this. Notably, they have opened up the wall and are now looking to set things up with that Talon shield. There is a flank being set up, though. Slickly is not dealt with. Perplexed, however, is. Slickly pushing all the way down blue, and a lack of information here for Goomba Gang is going to cost them. Into the 3 versus 4 from that 4 versus 5 is costing this Goomba Gang side. They had an advantage to work with, and they've run out of one. Talon is trying to play from the main lobby, looking for a swinging kill. Is not going to find one. They're aware of his position and looking in towards that main lobby. There's a swing. Shots are being landed, but only for Spudsack. Spudsack down to 50 HP. Slickly on a good flank. Finally does find one, but there's so many different angles to deal with, including this window. The jump out has to come through. It does not. Both players repelled. K2 on a sliver of health. This round is over. That nade, just the nail in the coffin, or the shrapnel in the coffin, if you do say so yourself. That'll do it. Outlast Academy bring themselves to within 1.
That final jump out needed to happen much earlier. Just limit the amount of damage that these repel players can have. Again, just proving case in point, right? The window control so crucial there for that top floor. If you are unable to find a pick off of a repel player, well, your life is going to be absolute hell inside of the site. And then just a perfectly executed plant will buy Outlast Academy that round. Will Goomba Gang try it again? No. This time they're going to be heading over to the open area. I'm actually a little surprised at how often we've seen this site. You know, it is one of the sites that I think of as a little bit more of a tertiary bomb site. That being said, well, they're bringing all the tools to get it done, right? You see the nitro cells being brought in from Messiah and Talon, and then You have a bunch of information to play off of it as well, notably the Valkyrie being brought in from K2. Those black eye cameras are going to be crucial, especially for any information. I'm assuming they're going to be towards main stairs as well as the top floor. Nonetheless, those black eye cameras can make a huge difference inside of this round. You also have some extra information from those Maestro Evil Eyes, and then Legion just there to be a pest, as most Legion mains are.
One notable thing for Goomba Gang on this defensive side is the lack of diversity that we're seeing compared to what we saw on the attacking side. We saw everything being intertwined together, with utility switching between player in, player out, but different kinds of soft breach, hard breach between the team entirely. We saw Zero bringing the hard breach utility and the Ace having those Selmas, while also having that soft breach impact, not the impact, the breach charge alongside that sledgehammer. That was the combination I was looking for. On this defensive side, it's a whole lot of nothing, at least in terms of fun stuff being intertwined. You have 6 impact grenades, which really indicates a roam on the top floor and one that may want to be extremely mobile. While with 2 C4s and one already either being used or being pre-placed, Goomba Gang are now in an awkward position where they have a lack of secondary utility, and their primary utility isn't all that lethal. Legion mines, okay. Evil Eyes and Valkyrie cams are more for information than they are for damage. Mozzie's drones in that same right, actually have to find drones before you can use them, has found at least 2. But Talon, with that new Mozzie combo, the second half of it at least, is going to deny a lot of those drones.
That being said, you also have plenty of tools available to you if you want to turn the vertical destruction on its head. Messiah nearly finding that pixel peek right on through. Would have taken down Spudsack if it was possible, but a perfectly timed Nitro Cell will take down Nightmare. Oh my goodness, the read on the game coming in from Messiah. He is the Messiah, right? He wasn't able to get that done. I think it's because of that black eye camera. You see K2 sitting on that. You see him sitting on his phone, just getting that information, and that's probably why that Nitro Cell will ring true. Perplexed, finding a kill as well. So Goomba Gang picking off right where they left off. They just took a little bit of a break to do so time.
A 1-round hiatus is not the end of the world. Talon's still in a good position. I was talking about a possibility of a 3-play C4 for Messiah. That's exactly what the case was. They were playing the information combination. Shots almost being landed. The P10 just inches away, centimeters at that, and even more fine amount of distance between, well, landing and just barely missing. K2 on the flank, possibly setting that one up through that blue stairs position, and they are not aware of it on the attacking side. This flank, if timed in the next 10 seconds or so without a lot of audio cues, would end the round. Almost certainly. Yoroi does have those hard breach charges, but there's the clear. Lunatic timing their peak properly. K2 is dropped. This is a perfect position now for Outlast to push, but they have to do so quickly, and they have to clear out this close range denial from Perplexed.
There's one singular way that they can get into the site. Now a second, but once they push into it, well, nothing much to be found. Hidoi will eventually find a pick through that hard breach charge hole, but Goomba Gang have way too strong of a hold on the site. They're going to buy themselves their 5th round, inching closer and closer to a victory on this match, would eventually put them at 4-4. And we talked about, again, how important this game is for both of these teams to win. You would love it for Goomba Gang, if you're a Goomba Gang fan, to pick up this win and, force your way into the playoffs or whatever it may have you. I'm not 100% sure. I know you did all the research work, but I am significantly less smart than you, and you have all of that information. I don't. What I can do is talk about why that round didn't really work out for Outlast Academy. The impact tricks that you saw coming in from Goomba Gang were so well timed that Thermite just not able to make an impact. They were really banking on having 2 different entrances onto the site and not having to funnel their way in through that double door, because you had so much coverage to play behind from the defensive side. You can eliminate all of that by getting that Thermite charge to swing on through, but unfortunately Goomba Gang just with a perfect response to it. They're bringing that Thermite once again, but this time around we're heading to the bottom floor, and it's an extended roam coming in from Goomba Gang. I wonder how this is going to work out for them, because they are taking a little bit of a gamble by leaving some of these hatches open.
I don't like taking gambles. Unknown variables are never one that I like to follow. And speaking of unknown variables, you were talking about the layers that come into the playoff picture. Goomba, if they win now, they secure themselves in. Outlast, in that same right, do as well. The only way in which Lycus make it is if Goomba Gang lose here and Lycus beat Outlast with a massive round differential on both sides of that, favoring Lycus and disfavoring Goomba, because then round differential would go the way of Lycus. They would both be at 7 points, and after all is said and done, Goomba Gang would go from 3rd to 5th and out of playoffs. That's your TLDR and how it works. I probably could have played that a little bit better early on, but you know, I just did the mental math again and had to reevaluate my wider stance. Outlast Academy, they do need to win here, and Lycus need Outlast to win here, at least could use a Outlast win. Either way, Lycus are in a difficult position. Outlast need a W.
Outlast not putting them in positions to get themselves that W. Perplex sitting here once again at the top of the elevator shaft and finding a kill this time around. I think it was Messiah playing in that position last time, but Perplex is able to do what Messiah couldn't. Now, yeah, things going from bad to worse. This extended roam working out perfectly for the Goomba Gang. Outlast Academy went for this full 3-floor clear and not finding much success. You would have loved to keep Finka alive, but Messiah is playing an extended position here inside of Copy as well, taking down Spudsack. You don't have a lot of utility to play off of from the side of Outlast, right? You can get the minimum walls open, you can work your way into blue, but this defense has been brutal here coming in from Goomba Gang. I have a feeling that trend won't, be stopped here.
Can't be stopped, can't. Goodness, we got
my God.
Messiah with a double. The MX4 Storm raining down terror on this attacking side. There's 2. More damage onto a 3rd. Hidoi is barely alive. Finally gets the trade back, but a massive trade now favoring Messiah in that case. 298 damage to 100 overall. Every day that'll favor this defending side. Goomba Gang on towards match and playoff point for them, forcing Outlast Academy to win here or have a 1-game series to decide 4th place up against Lycus.
If you are Outlast, you need to do some soul searching right now, because that was easily one of the worst attacking, attempts that we've seen, right? They've gotten eaten alive at every single point of the round. I'm not sure if the mental was shocked after you lose that first person, but you lost like 3 more players to Messiah without him having to move very far from Printer or into open. He really just did so much damage there, and by the time he was taken down, he already eats up like 95% of your HP. So if you're Hidoi, you're not in a good position to win the round out. And it says 4v5 in the top, corner of your screen there, or in the top middle of your screen, and that's exactly what Outlast Academy have been hoping for, but they've been finding themselves in man disadvantage situations time and time again. Goomba Gang is winning the entry battle, and they're winning it with a absolute fist of power. It's been disgusting to see from Goomba Gang, and that's one of the primary reasons why they're on match point.
3 in a row now required from Outlast Academy, one of which has been a very successful site in terms of the overall game itself. I don't know about, these teams specifically. We don't have a lot of sample sizes for our quaternary, whatever tertiary is, but 4th site. Nobody plays this.
I think Chief says quadrinary?
I'm gonna go Google the word for it and I'll come back to you, but Goomba Gang, it's an awkward position for them to play. They have the ability to go to the basement, but understandably so, they don't want to run into the exact same issues they had when Outlast last won a round, for understandable reasons.
Outlast have been taking a lot of map control pretty quickly, and it'll result in them finding the head of K2. So winning the entry battle this time around, and also I think they're playing a little bit more effective of an information game. You can see the yellow pings coming through. They have 6 drones remaining to them, and apparently they're not using them to their fullest ability. Finding the trade onto Perplex, though, is perfect. Slickly, though, playing an aggressive position here up inside of Jandred will eventually get refragged, and this is the best round that we've seen from Outlast in a while. And that being said, they don't even hold that big of an advantage. Will Hidoi be able to pick up this kill? No, he un-ADS is at the wrong time. Messiah gets a freebie for some reason, and now we're in a 2v2 time.
Outlast Academy, the last team to throw a real curveball, and that was, swung on and whiffed by the Goomba Gang. Now, they've gone onto the mound and thrown one of their own, and Uncle Charlie seems to be successful the second time around as well, especially here on the defensive side. Tomato trying to take some control, shots down, miss, timing just not there. Talon still on that 100 HP margin. Everyone's on full HP on both sides. Talon looking to push up. It's 220 health versus 200 even. They're not aware of where Outlast Academy has pushed. A fake back in towards site, but Outlast has vacated. They're actually in sight already, and Gooba Gang were too preoccupied with that far side. Tomato's looking to put this diffuser down. A C4's available, possibly create a rotation. No, they just take out the diffuser entirely. No help whatsoever from Nightmare, who is now facing a fever dream. 1 versus 2. L8 in hand with a 1.5x on it. No explosives on either side, no healing on either side. It is just straight gunfights, but information favors this defensive side. First shots landing for Nightmare. The second attempt unsuccessful. There's the swing. The movement from Messiah is immaculate. Goomba Gang win here, move on to playoffs, and force Outlast and Lycus Academy into a one-game bout to see who takes 4th place.
Well, I'm definitely going to be tuning in next week to find out who wins that matchup. But you mentioned the movement coming in from Goomba Gang inside of that last round, and that was a trend throughout the entire matchup. Just the ability for all of Goomba Gang's roamers to just get up on and get out of dodge time and time again really bought them that round win. Their dynamic positioning was absolutely brutal, and Outlast simply had no answer time.
You could say they got, sorry, Death Monarch, outlasted. It was bad. I had to preface it with an apology. Santos is left. I think I'm gonna close out. No, he's sticking around. You can't get away from me quickly enough, my friend. But
not just yet.
An unfortunate end for Outlast here. They do still have one game to play. Now the real question is, does it turn into a forfeit for both teams and Outlast win by default, or will they actually play it out? We'll figure that one out eventually. Unfortunately, we don't have the answer for you tonight. Santos, any final thoughts before we move on?
Final thoughts. Let's see. Judging from the 2 matches that we casted together, Dallas Vendetta, please take notes. Please watch VOD. Do something. We need to improve this. This is coming from like a Dallas Vendetta person, right? Like this is coming from, my heart. Please watch VOD. Let's improve on something here. Let's not end this, season. I think it would be 0-10, right? Or at least put up a fight in your final matchup, right? Take us to overtime. Do something, please. Roam game, especially when you can be dynamic, is absolutely brutal. And time, you are a pleasure as always.
Love you too, bud. A really back-to-back side of what is it? What is this?
That's the Korean heart.
Oh, I've never seen that. That's
It's
a new
art.
one. I'm gonna steal that. I
Alright.
just do this because if I
You're
do
welcome.
this, it's disproportionate because of my hands. It looks so weird. You can't do it like no matter how I do it. That one looks a little better, but overall not bad. Love y'all. It's been great. A real tale of 2 sides. The duality of man. Game number 1 ended 7-0 and took a total of about 24 minutes. Game 2, a nice 7-3 on bank. A total of about 45 to complete the full extent of it. That's going to do it here for us. Final play day done and dusted. We move on to playoffs next time you see us. We'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye.